Okay, Steve, we do a roll call?
Sure, and the mayor wanted me to pass along that he could not attend tonight because he has the Board of Ed budget meeting, so he otherwise would have been here for that. So I'm going to start with folks in the room, and then I'll work off who I see on the screen. Ms. Tabachnik,
Here.
Ms. Lingalis,
Present.
Mr. Rowena,
Here.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Present.
and Mr. Schulman,
Here.
and virtually Mr. Pachas, Mr. Mushak,
Here.
Ms. Wells.
Here.
I saw Mr. Cantor's name on there as well.
I'm here.
And I don't think I missed anybody, but if I did, please let me know. That's it.
Okay, this is a continuation of the hearing we opened on March 2nd. And we are in the process of listening to comments from the public. A couple of things I should point out. First, as of right now, if you've already spoken, that was your opportunity to speak. We do not permit people to, or do not normally permit people to speak a second time. I just, again, if there are those of you either online or here this evening who were not at the meeting 2 weeks ago, just to remind you that outbursts, applause, they really don't help your cause. All they tend to do is slow us down, often having to repeat what we've already heard. I think what we want to hear are your honest opinions. You may recall that at the end of the last meeting, we did ask those of you who were seated who supported the project and who was opposed to the project. And I think virtually everyone who was here indicated they were in opposition. And finally, we want you to understand that we do listen. There was considerable discussion about the number of cars traveling to the beach, particularly during the summer months, and that the counts that were done by the applicant's consultants did not necessarily take that into account. We don't know, because we're not traffic experts, precisely what that means. But at some point during this evening, we would like to have clarification on that from the applicant. To the extent that what the applicant has to say is new information that we haven't all heard before, anyone who spoke at the last piece of the hearing that wants to comment specifically and only about any new information that is presented by the applicant, we will give you an opportunity to do that. All right, and with that, as I think I've already mentioned, there is a sign-up sheet. I know the gentleman running our technical assistance is not happy about this, but I would prefer to continue to do this the way we did it last time, which is first have someone from the audience speak and then call on someone who is here remotely. I'll remind you that your comments should be directed to the applicant, not to us. We're here to listen to what you have to say and what the applicant has to say in response to your questions, your concerns. So don't expect that we're going to respond to your questions. And just remember to ask your questions of the applicants. And with that, Ryan?
Sure. So for anyone from the public, if you'd like to speak and you're participating via Zoom, you could use the raise your hand tool now. It's at the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing on a phone, you could hit *9. And we will start with our first in-person speaker, which is Tanner Thompson.
Members of the Planning and Zoning Commission and applicant. My name is Tanner Thompson. I'm a Norwalk resident. I live at 16 Hillside Place, number K5, which is in Golden Hill. Is this on?
Yep.
Should I just speak closer to the mic? Okay. Let me know if I get too far. My name's Tanner Thompson. I'm a Norwalk resident. I live at 16 Hillside Place, number K5. I'm also the chair of the city's advisory commission for biking and walking, the Bike Walk Commission. The first part of my remarks will be directed specifically at walkability and bikeability, given that that's important to my role in the city. It's important, I believe, to the city's community and economic and public health success. And it's even been a stated concern of those opposed to the project. So without further ado, last summer, I was able to go to Harvard and attend a seminar on walkability taught by Jeff Speck, who wrote the book on walkability. It's called Walkable City. My trip was actually funded by the small administrative budget that the Bike Walk Commission has. So I think I have a responsibility to take the learnings that I got from that trip that the city paid for and apply it to projects here and share that with the city. So the sequel to that book, Walkable City, is this book, Walkable City Rules, which has 101 rules about how to make your city walkable. And so I'm going to briefly cite the rules that I'm speaking about as I talk about how this project does and does not enable walkability as proposed. So I'm going to go actually in reverse order of the rules and start with number 90, which is break up big buildings. Now, this is a little bit, this is breaking up in a different way than some people are asking for. This is talking about the facade of the building. And actually right here, I have nothing but praise for the project as is. The facade of the building is broken up into what it seems to be 5 or 6 different buildings. And that's exactly what the book talks about. The idea is that you can make it feel more like a village if you break up the facade, and that's exactly what the project does. So A+. Rule number 88 is make sticky edges. The idea is that in order for people to walk, one of the things they need is the walk needs to be interesting. And so the facade needs to engage people. One of the biggest pieces of feedback I have here is about the setback. Lots of people have claimed that in order to be walkable, Cemetery Street needs to have more setback, and also that the streets in the East Norwalk Transit Village Zone, I think that's the right name, need to have more setback. The best practice that I learned is that the opposite is true. The guideline given is that in order to enable walkability, buildings should be no more than 10 feet behind the sidewalk. And that's so that pedestrians have something to engage with as they walk past. The next one is number 83, which is make firm edges. It's important that the facade, even if it's varied, that it's not broken up by empty space. In a lot of US cities, there are just empty lots that the author refers to as missing teeth in the urban fabric. And some people have requested that the existing concept be broken up into multiple buildings. I think that's the wrong direction because, again, not a uniform facade, but an unbroken facade in terms of space is more engaging and feels more like a place that a pedestrian would want to hang out. Also, another rule of thumb that's taught here is the height to width ratio of 1 to 1. And that refers to the width between buildings versus the height of the buildings. Now, In the proposed project, there's no building on the other side. There's a cemetery. But a lot of people talked about how this sets a precedent for future development in the area. And I want to point out that the proposed height of 45 feet is very comparable to what you would get. It's even maybe lower than what you would get in the building to building width of even a one-lane street. When you take into account sidewalks and potentially bike lane and other things that exist between the buildings. So again, I want to drive home the point that further setback is not what we need for walkability. In fact, we need to make sure that the buildings stay close to the street in order to be conducive to pedestrians. Number 81 is disallow curb cuts. One of the requests that's been put forth is to add a second curb cut in order for traffic to flow into the parking lot and flow out. That is very self-evidently bad for pedestrians. The more curb cuts we have, the more traffic in various places in and out, the higher the risk that a pedestrian is hit. The more a curb cut is dangerous for pedestrians and for people on bikes, because often people coming out don't have good visibility onto the sidewalk and the bike lane. So limiting the number of curb cuts is a best practice in terms of walkability. Number 73 is make great crosswalks. I do like the crosswalks that are proposed. They're visible and they are plentiful. The one piece of feedback I would have is to, where possible, to make the crosswalks raised crosswalks, or another term is speed tables. The idea is that this is kind of a very gentle speed bump, and it slows traffic down, it calms traffic, which is good for pedestrian safety. It's also good for safety for people in cars. If traffic speeds are slower, then when crashes do happen, they're less intense and less dangerous, less lethal. It also is very conducive to pedestrians. It shows pedestrians that the space of the crosswalk is designed for them, that they're not a guest when they enter the crosswalk, but rather the car that's crossing the crosswalk is a guest when crossing. The next one is number 59, build cycle tracks properly. So I want to comment that there's a few rules that apply to the proposed bike lane that's on the project concept. If I recall correctly, after looking at the project, I forget what the alternate does, but the proposed traffic plan has a one lane of car traffic, and then immediately next to that is a bike lane. It's a priority when building a bike network is that it is low stress. There's a lot of people who, and I've talked to many of these people in Norwalk in my role, that choose not to ride, that are deterred from riding a bike because the road feels dangerous, and rightly so. It does feel dangerous. I do it and I feel dangerous, or I feel that it's dangerous while I do it. But putting the bike lane immediately next to the car traffic lane, not only is it more dangerous, it also feels more dangerous and thus deters people from riding. So the first thing we can do to offset that I would ask for is to put a buffer in. Even better than that, though, would be to flip the sighting of the parking, the on-street parking lane and the bike lane, so that the parked cars create a buffer. That's a best practice that's discussed here in the book. That requires very little other space. It is important that you also get the bike lane out of the zone of the opening doors. I have been doored before in that somebody opened a door into the lane that I was riding in, and that was very scary. I didn't get hurt, but I could have. People die that way. So ideally, the bike lane would be out of the door zone, out of the zone next to a lane of moving traffic. The best practice, and this is a practice that we're even starting to see here in Connecticut, New Haven's latest projects do this, is they raise the bike lane up to the level of the sidewalk, so that there is a hard curb between any car traffic and bike traffic. The concept here is that biking is much more comparable to walking than it is to driving, especially biking in the sense that we're looking for in Norwalk, which is that people bike for transportation, that people of all ages and abilities ride a bike, and that ultimately it can replace car trips. And so in order to do that, we need the kind of biking that is much more similar to walking, that happens at a low speed, and thus is very compatible with a sidewalk and can be placed right next to the sidewalk. This is admittedly not optimized for cyclists that ride on the road at high speeds. The image that you might have of a typical mammal or middle-aged man in Lycra that is sometimes talked about, that's not really what this is optimized for. This is optimized for all ages and abilities, and getting the people who currently are deterred from taking a bike to get places, and enabling them to ride. So moving on. Number 48 is to restripe for a 10-foot lane standard. I noticed that the lane is 11 feet wide, if I'm not mistaken. The city recently, or at least the Department of TMP recently adopted a citywide standard of 10 feet. And there's lots of evidence that 10 feet not only does slimming down a lane calm traffic, people naturally drive slower on a narrower lane. It also opens up more width for something like a better bike lane or a buffer, right? Or a wider sidewalk. Number 45 is cut the extra lanes. I saw that one suggestion that was made was to retain the 2 lanes that are on Cemetery Street. I think that that's the wrong approach. It was pointed out to me that the vast majority, based on the traffic counts that were taken, it was in March, but the traffic counts that were taken show that like 90 to 95% of the traffic that comes onto Cemetery Street comes from the north, from East Avenue southbound, and then comes through a 1-lane turn lane onto Cemetery Street. So we already have all the traffic that we currently have is already coming in through that 1 lane. And I think the 2 alternate traffic plans that we have both do include only 1 lane there. So if what you get, if you then open it up to 2 lanes, once the turn is made, is that people speed up because there's more room to drive. And that's a documented phenomenon in the research, is that when you add more lanes, that drivers feel comfortable driving faster. And I don't think that's what we want here. I think that we want drivers to drive at a proper urban speed limit, at a speed that is conducive to having pedestrians and bikes nearby. The next one is rule number 42, which is to challenge traffic studies. Now, I want to make a distinction here. When I say traffic study, I mean a traffic forecast. The traffic counts that are taken, I think, should be taken at the very least for what they are, which is the actual number of vehicles that were observed in the time that the study was taken. But what we learn here from this book is to be skeptical of traffic forecasts. I'm going to read directly from here. How an engineer approaches a traffic study and with what attitudes and prejudices remains the most significant factor in how that study turns out. A very important concept here that I hope that the commission is familiar with is that of induced demand. The idea that essentially, if you build it, they will come. If you widen a road, if you add more lanes to a road, that will give more people an opportunity to use the road. And so even if initially it lessens congestion to add the lane, that the congestion will come back as more people decide to use that road. The opposite is true, which is that if you remove a lane somewhere, that fewer people will decide to drive on that road at the same time. People will switch to driving another time, taking an alternate route, ideally even taking another mode of transportation. And so I think that the idea that a traffic forecast is some scientific truth should be avoided. It's one forecast with a lot of assumptions, and those assumptions don't necessarily include the assumption that people will change their behavior given a change in the road design. So I urge you to remember that when looking at traffic forecasts. Number 27. Nope, I did that one already. Number 20, coordinate transit and land use. I don't know if anybody else took the bus here, but I took the bus here. I've been trying to use the Norwalk Transit District a little bit more recently. The transit district does have a line that goes past this. If the transit district hasn't been involved in the planning here, I don't know whether that would be the responsibility of the commission or the applicant. But one way to offset the traffic impact of a project like this, especially in the urban core of Norwalk, which I'm including this transit village district in the urban core, is to make sure that the bus is set up to serve the needs of the people who are going to live there. You may be familiar with the transit district and the fact that they recently commissioned a comprehensive operational analysis, which will allow them, as needed, to redesign the bus network and take into account projects like this, where people may be able to replace a lot of their trips that would otherwise be driving with bus trips. Again, I'm not sure. I imagine that's the responsibility of the applicant. So I would urge the applicant to contact the transit district and see how their service can meet the needs of the people who would live in this building. Like I said, there is already a route. I think it's Route 7 that goes past. Actually, there's multiple. I took Route 11 here and I went past the project area. So there's at least 2 that pass by the project area. Number 16 is eliminate on-site parking requirements. This is something that I don't imagine can or will be changed before this project is voted on. But a best practice here that we learn is that in urban areas, eliminating on-site parking requirements does wonders for walkability. Now that might seem surprising, but the idea again is that if you build it, they will come. The more parking that's required to be built, the more that you guarantee that people will use that parking and that they will bring a car into the neighborhood, that they will bring a car when they move into the neighborhood, and that they will rely on that car once it's there. Of course, if there are no requirements for parking, you still will get parking built because people demand it. Developers will provide it to the extent that they believe it will be demanded. But I think that a lot of the concerns about traffic, hypothetically, a lot of the concerns about traffic from this project would be resolved if the project had no parking at all. Of course, that would create other concerns, and those can be resolved. And I won't get into that tonight because I don't think that really has the potential to happen at this project. But I would urge planning and zoning in the upcoming rewrite to provide more flexible rules around parking so that we can encourage, so we don't encourage as much people moving in to bring their car. Ideally, in a place like the East Norwalk Transit Village, that people can move in and depend on transportation options other than their car to get around. Probably what that means is that a two-car household goes down to a one-car household, but that's one less car in East Norwalk, which I think that most people in here can be aligned with that idea. Number 10, I'm almost done. Number 10 is do the math. This refers specifically to the financial math. I'm going to quote directly from the book, make zoning decisions and municipal investments with an eye to net revenue over time from each acre of land. Doing so leads to walkable urbanism. I want to point out that what should be the obvious fact is that if the total number of units of the project is reduced, then that reduces the overall taxable value, which reduces the amount on the grand list. If we want to be able to fund more things in Norwalk without raising taxes, or if we want to be able to cut taxes without cutting services, we need to increase the tax base. And I hope that you all understand that. Number 9, fix your codes. Recommendation here is to eliminate single-use zoning and replace use-based codes with form-based codes. Again, this is more about the upcoming zoning rewrite. But in this case, I do want to give credit to the applicant for providing a project that is mixed use, and also credit to the Planning and Zoning Commission for creating the village district that allows mixed use developments, because they put people closer to their destinations and they put destinations closer to the people, which ultimately reduces the need for people to drive. Number 8 is to push for local parks. One criticism I saw of one of the amenities included, the courtyard amenity, is that people would need to drive there. And I want to offer the suggestion that if you are driving to this courtyard, you're doing it wrong, and that the courtyard is there for people who live within walking distance. It's there for people who live at the project, obviously, but it's also there for people in the surrounding neighborhood to walk to. Parks work best when they are close to people, and this by including this courtyard as essentially a very small park, as a public green space that enables people to have that green space within walking distance of them. My last point is number 6, which is to invest in attainable housing downtown. And downtown means commercial areas, main streets, other locations where shops and offices already line sidewalks. Again, the more housing, in other words, people that you can put near destinations, the more that you remove the need for them to drive across town to destinations and add to the traffic congestion that we have in Norwalk. So those are all the rules that I wanted to cite. That was the learnings that I felt applied to the project. I have a couple personal opinions that I want to offer as well. I think the project looks awesome. I used to live in East Norwalk. I currently live in Golden Hill. When my wife and I first moved here, we lived on 2nd Street. And if I still lived there, I would be very jazzed about this project. I would want more things like the retail space, the commercial space that is part of the project. I want that to be within walking distance of my house. I would want more neighbors to be able to live near me. And I would want the improvement that comes from replacing the Wells Fargo that's surrounded by a sea of asphalt to be replaced with something like this. So I'm excited to see it. I've been very fortunate to be able to purchase a home here in Norwalk that my wife and I currently live in. most people my age, in my generation, I'm 28, nowadays cannot afford that. And it's because we have systematically built too little housing. And so the price has gone up and up and up, which does, it benefits those who own property. I can't be too cynical because as property values around here have increased, my own property value has increased, which is great for my wallet. But it means that all of my friends can't buy houses and they can't start building equity, and that some of my poorest friends are having to move out of Norwalk because it is too expensive. Understandably, people are confused about how this project addresses that, because this will be brand new. It's going to be marketed as luxury. I would explain that all new housing is luxury unless it's explicitly subsidized, because new things tend to be nicer than old things. But it's been documented in the research that adding new housing, even if it's very expensive luxury top-end housing, does alleviate the demand pressure on the less expensive units. And so overall, it contributes to the affordability of a greater area. And that's what I hope, and I am confident will happen if we approve projects like this and other ones in Norwalk, to start taking the pressure off of the demand side of the housing market so that more people can stay here. That concludes my comments. Thank you for listening. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have online speaker JJ. Sorry, Larry.
Hi, I'm Joan McDonald. I lived here for about 22 years. I'm not at this meeting because of a form letter to dispute this or that. That was something that was brought up at the last meeting. I'm here and commenting for the comfort and safety of my 4 households, 2 on First Street and 2 on Emerson Street. And it really just comes down to 2 words: parking and traffic. As we know, the parking, there's been disputed. I'm not going to discuss the traffic study. We know that it's full of errors, at least from the perspective of people that live here and drive those roads. I just want to offer that parking doesn't really work the way in the suburbs, the way that I think some of the suggestions from y'all as project proposers have put out there. When people have visitors to their luxury apartments, sometimes those visitors, with vehicles spill out onto side streets. Most of these side streets don't have timed parking rules or permits. And naturally, as residents, we can't go park in the parking lot of this 103 parking spaces, because that would be ridiculous. But of course, people generally tend to spill over into areas that are sort of the easiest way. And if there's some crowded parking lot with 1 lane that they can get in and out of on Cemetery Street, which is what the current proposal is, I believe, they're going to park on side streets. That's all there is to it. So I already know we have a parking crunch in East Norwalk. We don't need to add to it. I love the suggestions that we make East Norwalk more walkable and more amenable to not just pedestrians, but quality of community, essentially. I'm not going to go into that either, but to me, just some of the comments that were just made, and also the concept of how community actually happens in Norwalk, and in this case, East Norwalk, is one of the key reasons to just slow down the advancement of this project, reduce development. I just slow it down and make it smaller. I'm in support of the project. I just think making it smaller and slowing it down would be great. To me, this project is a partnership. It's a partnership between the as-is zoning regulations alongside private development under community scrutiny. And when I say community, I mean the people who live here, emergency services, visitors, newcomers. And so, yeah, we're scrutinizing, but we're also providing better ideas for development while we're also scrutinizing. So to me, some of the comments that are going to be brought up tonight, and certainly at the last meeting, are about existing zoning regulations, not because we're trying to target the zoning department. Gosh, I really appreciate that we're even having this forum, because it's a discourse, and it's a discourse that we create a better community. And so I just ask for, not just comments from the presenters about compliance. Hey, we're complying with zoning regulations, like we're off the hook, but just a consideration that this is a group conversation that's going to lead to a much better future, hopefully, for everybody in the room and everybody that's going to be in the room or on these streets in the future. And basically, that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
All right, next is Vincent Shishitano.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the commission and the applicant for this project, the time they spent, the effort they put into this, and the design. I'm sure there was a lot of thought went into that. This is just an opinion piece, so I'm going to be incredibly brief. I opened my business in East Norwalk over 20 years ago. And at the time, my business was short one parking space. At that time, Fitch Street, where my business is located, had parking throughout. It was unrestricted parking day and night. And I was short one parking space, one. I had to come back to the commission, make a lot of concessions to get this through, get my business through. And I understood it. It was because of the impact on the neighborhood. The parking on the street was not considered parking space that I could use. Once again, it was a half residential neighborhood. I understood that. But fast forward 23 years, now we're actually installing on-street parking to accommodate a project that really doesn't have adequate parking. So I think it's kind of a question to ask how the priorities of the city have changed in 20 years. I mean, it used to be about the neighborhood and quality of life and in that neighborhood. Now we're adding parking spaces to a street that never had parking spaces before. So that's something to consider when we keep expanding this parking and parking and parking. But that's just my experience and comment about the parking. I mean, we can go into it forever, but like I said, I'm being incredibly brief. This is not about my experience and my parking. It's about the 100 people here. And it's about the hundreds of people behind them that sign petitions, have a GoFundMe page, are raising their own money to hire legal counsel to fight what they don't want. This is their community. This is their neighborhood. This is where they live. This is their homes. We don't need to take these people into consideration. We need to listen to what they're saying. It's their homes. I mean, it seems to me like right now, this is a case of the tail wagging the dog. I mean, we're supposed to be here to represent these people, how they want their neighborhood to look and how they want to feel and where they want to live. I mean, we have a lot of people that live on Mill Pond and they bought their homes because of the tranquility, the peace of the pond in the backyard. And, that's understandably that's going to change. So I don't want to take a lot of your time. I just want to urge you to take these people's thoughts, considerations, and desires and what they want their neighborhood to be like into consideration when building a project like this. That's all I'm asking. And I think the people who live on Mill Pond, perhaps, their lives would be disrupted, their properties would be disrupted, their views, the homes that they purchased because they want them to stay that way. Perhaps they should be compensated for what's going to happen. But that's a conversation for another evening. I thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tara Barclay, please accept the invitation as a panelist.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Tracy Barclay and I live on Cove Avenue in East Norwalk and have been a resident here for almost 17 and a half years. And I've been involved with ENNA over many years. During this time, we've discussed all kinds of different retail that we'd like to have in East Norwalk. And this is over a lot of years that we've talked about this. We are not against the development, and we would most likely to see more neighborhood retail, especially after the building that's over by the cemetery next to Rio was burned down and never replaced. So we'd love to see some retail. However, this plan does not accommodate convenient retail access with current parking limitations, especially with Sweet Ashley's on the opposite corner. This was spoken to during an ENNA meeting in 2020 that was on Zoom by representatives of MF Descala and Company, who are real estate and investment bankers in our area. And I'm going to quote them verbatim. Per Michael Descala, who's the president and chief executive officer, it is really, this is verbatim, not a good retail location by any means. And from Alan Weber, Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer, practically, it's not a proper place for retail to really be because of the, the one-way nature of the street and the topography and the parking situation. So I just have to say that speaks volumes to me about where we're going to be if there is retail here. I'm very concerned about the parking and traffic. Like other people have mentioned, that the March traffic study is ridiculous, profoundly ridiculous. And I do hope that they revisit that. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next is Susan Brown. And then after Susan Brown speaks, we have Ben Hampeter. Ben, if you just want to queue up after Susan.
Hi, I'm Susan Brown and I live at 3 Spar Road. I also would like to be very brief and I want to comment on the proposed road changes. To me, it doesn't make sense. The city encourages out-of-towners to come to the beach. We have a large amount of additional housing units all over the city, in addition to this Mill Pond project. So the number of cars using this road is increasing constantly, it seems. So one would think that taking a lane away, first of all, I'm sorry, all this new people coming into the town would cause more traffic, and taking lanes away would cause traffic jams. Why are we taking lane away? It doesn't make sense to me. Who is going to profit? The only people who are going to benefit from that, taking that lane away and using it for parking, is the developers. We're not going to benefit from that. It is going to be detrimental to all of us that live in East Norwalk and the city, because we all use that road to get to the beach. We use it to get to the beach, the marina, Shore and Country, Shore Haven, everyone who lives in East Norwalk. That's how that's how we get home. It doesn't make sense what someone before me had said, that if there's more traffic, then people will find a different way to go. Does that make sense? No, when there's more cars, you add lanes. Why are we taking a lane away when there are more cars? And we're just adding, we are adding more cars. And the fellow before me said that we should add more cars for the tax base, not cars, but units for the tax base. That's going to add more cars. That's adding more people to this town. And all these people want to come to this town. They want this beach. It's an amenity for this town. It doesn't make sense to me why we're taking a lane away. It doesn't make any sense. If you really want this on-street parking, how about the developers? The city has given the developers an extra floor, and they've gotten it because of the bonus points. Okay, so now they have a whole extra floor that the city has given them. How about if they give back to us? And they give us another 10 feet so we can have our 2 lanes, you can have your parking, you can have your bike lanes, and you can have your development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ben Hampeter, and I live at 262 East Avenue, which is across the street from the proposed project site to the southwest. I'm very familiar with the site, and I travel on Cemetery Street every day, both by bike and on foot, to commute to work. I speak tonight strongly in favor of the proposal, which will provide urgently needed housing to East Norwalk and set the neighborhood on a path to being more environmentally sustainable, fiscally responsible, and enjoyable to live in. Any discussion on housing should start with an acknowledgement that new housing is desperately needed in Norwalk and in Fairfield County more broadly. Connecticut has the lowest unit vacancy rate in the nation at 2%, and housing prices are only slightly off the record highs set last year. People, especially renters, are struggling with housing costs, and this fact is too often left out of these discussions. It is not often treated like the emergency it is, one that demands a robust response at all levels of government. Fortunately for us, housing obeys laws of supply and demand, so the straightforward solution is to increase the supply. Even projects that are predominantly market rate, such as this one, serve to lower rents over a broad area. The city recognizes this and also recognizes correctly that the best place to build new housing is in neighborhood centers around existing mass transit infrastructure. The area around the cemetery fits this description to a T. Building dense multifamily housing in areas like this has many benefits. Previous commenters have already said a few of these, but I wanted to read my comments as written here. First, it promotes fiscal responsibility by increasing the city's tax base without requiring major new infrastructure projects of the type required by new single-family developments. The Mill Pond proposal doesn't require whole new roads, whole new water lines, or whole new power lines. In cities all over America, urban areas subsidize suburban ones by making more efficient use of their infrastructure. People who are rightly upset that the city never seems to have enough money to fund all of its priorities should support the Mill Pond proposal and others like it. Second, it promotes environmental sustainability, both by reducing transportation emissions and household heating and cooling costs. It is well known that higher density neighborhoods have lower per capita carbon emissions than lower density ones. Building denser housing such as this, close to businesses and transit infrastructure, allows people to get around more easily without the use of a car, which makes a very significant dent in greenhouse gas emissions. Finally, denser housing like this proposal will make East Norwalk a nicer place to live. The area around the cemetery today is not an enjoyable place to spend time. It is loud, it is dangerous. There are cars flying down the road at every turn. There are few businesses, and those that we have suffer from the current state of affairs. A safe, walkable, and livable neighborhood is possible, but to succeed, it requires projects like the one being discussed tonight. The EVTZ and the POCD, as you all know, were written with these points in mind. Building new housing in walkable neighborhoods near public transit is just good land use policy, plain and simple. The Mill Pond project fulfills both the spirit and the letter of the city's planning priorities and should be approved in its current form. To scale it back would be contrary to the TOD plan in East Norwalk, which needs a critical mass of residents to support the types of businesses needed to make a walkable neighborhood succeed, especially grocery stores. Parcels so well suited to redevelopment are hard to come by. It would be a missed opportunity not to use it to its fullest potential. There are also some more specific aspects of this project I would like to address. I mostly support the roadway changes on Cemetery and Gregory. Of the presented alternatives, I'm in favor of alternative 2 because of the traffic calming benefits on Gregory. Drivers today fly up Gregory at very high speeds. The yield there will make a big difference in calming traffic. This will make Gregory a safer, quieter, and more enjoyable street. I also think the discourse about lane reduction on Cemetery has been blown way out of proportion. As stated, the second lane we have today fulfills little purpose, since the vast majority of traffic entering Cemetery is coming southbound on East Avenue or eastbound on Van Zandt. All this traffic already has to be funneled through a single lane when doing the turn in front of Sweet Ashley's. The rest of Cemetery today is simply an oversized divergence. If reducing to a single lane would cause gridlock, as is frequently theorized, we would already be experiencing it, but we aren't. One aspect of this project I think, or that I would like to see changed, is the parking. First, the on-street parking poses a hazard to people using the bike lane by putting them in the door zone, as previously mentioned. Far preferable would be to eliminate the on-street parking altogether and have a fully protected bike lane in its place, which Norwalk is in sore need of. Second, the traffic impacts that people are so worried about are caused by the parking capacity of the project, which is dictated by city ordinance. You can only have as many cars on the road as there are spaces to put all of them. Reducing the parking capacity below the 1.3 spots per unit mandated by the city would have the effect of reducing cars on the road, which I think everyone in this room agrees is a good thing. Especially in TOD areas, the whole point is to reduce people's dependence on cars. So why do we insist on such high parking minimums in the first place? I understand that this is likely not changeable on this project, but on similar projects in the future, I hope the commission will more quickly consider how much parking we really need when considering the goals of the EVTZ. To address concerns about parking spillover, I suspect there will be spillover regardless of parking capacity, and the city should investigate residential parking passes to mitigate this going forward. To conclude, the commission should vote to approve the proposal as shown, parking concerns aside. Projects like this one are foundational to creating safe, affordable, walkable, and livable neighborhoods, and we cannot afford to miss an opportunity to take a big step in that direction. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I'd like to make a comment about this last speaker, not the substance of what he had to say, but I've reminded people in the past that if you're going to repeat what other people have said, please just do it quickly. Just say, I agree with whatever the issue is, so that we can move this conversation along. Simply repeating what a previous speaker had said has no more impact than simply telling us you agree with that previous speaker. So I think it's in everyone's interest that we ask everyone to try and do that, please. Okay, Brian, sorry.
Beth Iovanelli, please accept the invite as a panelist.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Beth Ivanelli, and I am a resident of East Norwalk. I live at 16 Cove Avenue, and I am also a business owner. I recently opened my business, Milk Street Lactation Consulting on Cove Avenue. And as all of the people who live in East Norwalk know, there's lots and lots of traffic. And my concern as a business owner and as a resident is the increased traffic and just the impact it will have on increasing the number of people and the number of cars coming into the East Norwalk area. I think as a broad concern about the city approving apartment buildings, it seems like every other week, I'm concerned for the infrastructure and schools and hospitals and, just all the care in general. So I know that we're well beyond that concept, but as a business owner, as I said, in the area and a resident, I'm very concerned at the traffic impact it will have on the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Scott Goodwin and then Amanda Seroff. If you want to queue up behind Scott.
Hi, folks. First, I want to say thank you to everyone here for your time, because I do appreciate that you're giving up your evenings to listen to us either gripe or support this project. One thought that I had.
I apologize. Can we have your address, please?
Oh, yeah. I'm Scott Goodwin. I live at 6 Pine Hill Avenue.
Thank you.
Lived here for about 18 years or so. And one of the things that we like about East Norwalk is one of the reasons I think folks want to create this East Village Transit Zone. Love the proximity to both the train station, 95, the beach. It's wonderful. One thing that I just heard from someone, they spoke to the increased tax base, and I don't believe there's a significant increase in the tax base by having renters move into the neighborhood. So it's an increased burden on the infrastructure, but homeowners' taxes in this town are what pay the bill. And I think if I'm correct, there are tax incentives for the developer to put this project up, but not necessarily homeowner taxes from the renters. So just a thought about that. I won't go on about the traffic. We've all spoken about it. I will say that one thing that I feel like I hear with this project repeatedly is that it's up to the state to determine how the roads are used. So therefore, maybe the city is off the hook if the state grants them these 10 parking spaces in front of the building and the 4 spaces on the side of the building. And a lot of this feels like well, dad told me I could. Well, mom told me I could. And I would just urge the applicant to consider, instead of the 2 proposals that are before us for parking, or the 3 proposals that someone has mentioned, that maybe there's a 4th proposal out there that actually doesn't require the city or the state to gift them essentially the roads of East Norwalk for their parking needs. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Randa Rodzinski.
I'm sorry, I didn't know it was next. Can you hear me now?
We could barely hear you. Can you?
If you want to have me go later, I'll go get a microphone or something. Can you hear me now?
It sounds like you're underwater or something. It's very muffled.
One moment more. Sorry for your time. Is it better now when I speak?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll probably go off camera here just so I don't get too nervous. My name is Randa Rajensky. My husband Craig Nelson and I have been here for over 30 years. We live on Oldwell Court, which is, as my neighbor Jim Anderson said, we would be looking out our front doors at this construction. I have some good things to say. I think East Norwalk is a lovely community with many resources and food shops available now. The proposal is lovely in appearance. It may be aesthetically may become an anchor and improve East Norwalk Center overall. So, you know, I'm not vehemently opposed to the project or progress. And I appreciate the intent that Norwalk, the city of Norwalk has towards the point system. The intent is to give some, take some, you know, is to have some incentives to give back to the community. And I think it was well intended. But beyond that, I have many concerns and I hope I can cover them briefly now. I'll skip the traffic part. It's been covered. I'm going to talk more about parking than anything, but there was a discussion about 4 extra parking spaces on the side that is across from Sweet Ashley's. I don't understand how anyone would approach that and what kind of traffic study there was there, because that block is a 2-way street. So would they be pulling on and crossing traffic to park there, or would they be going around through the neighborhood on 1-way streets and come back up to it? That seems a bit awkward, and I don't recall in the plans how that was addressed. So I'd love to learn more about that, whether the cars have to come through Van Zant and Osborne and Cottage Street to get there, to park in the correct direction when they pull in parallel there. Let alone I'm not in favor of putting up those streets for parking spaces. But that aside, there's a lot of imagery in these drawings and renderings about this beautiful development, which it is, but the boardwalk on the pond, it seems to be a feature that, as far as I know, does not exist and is not planned. Yet it's prevalent in all of these drawings that there's this beautiful walkway, boardwalk, and park at the end of this property. And I don't know that it has been, I know that the developer was offering to gift the town some money to build it. I don't know if the town has agreed to such an arrangement. Does it include a lifetime for utility and security? It could be quite secluded hangout there where police drive-bys are not possible. So we build something, we then have to protect it for ever. And I see it as a hangout and a liability. And unless a policeman gets out of his car and walks down through the property to see if anybody's there, it will become a hazard to us all. People seem to believe that the few feet at the property's south edge is the extent of the tidal pond. Actually, about 1/4 to 1/3 of that whole property was marked as protected wetlands. But this was paved over years ago by a previous generation. Mother Nature knows this land is hers. I've seen water covering the entire south back lot
to the drive-in teller lane at the bank property 3 times in the last 30 years. For those who see my letter that I've sent, their drawings, et cetera, et cetera. Basically, the entire back lot behind the bank, if you were to drive into the teller in the back, your tires would be wet, but everything else drops off substantially after that, and all of that is underwater every 10 years. It's not a 100-year flood, and you know the 100-year floods are more common than not these days. So because of the grade, I imagine that would be 8 or 10 feet of water where the oyster barn is proposed to be. FEMA's flood map is published to show that it could, and I assume this is a 100-year flood, I don't know, but FEMA has a flood zone going all the way out past the bank to the street, to the Cemetery Road. That's over half of the property. I don't see any of this flood zone depicted on any of the plans. There was a verbal reference for a 100-year flood consideration, but I didn't see it demarked anywhere in the renderings. Would you please offer that in more detail to the city? These floods could displace 40 cars underneath these buildings during a storm, and 30 more cars could be displaced from the side lot during a FEMA scaled storm. Do the owners of these cars know that they will likely be submerged at some point during their lives there? The points for public park, the seating seemed quite overstated at 81 to include both tiers. 81 seems only possible if people were elbow to elbow and feet over shoulders to each other. That just, I can't see how that would be possible. The point system was well intended, but we give away what is not theirs and what is not theirs. Will the upscale units get more than one parking space? Will there ever be visitors, guests, or retail customers? I visited a friend whose parking only allowed for 1 visitor per 5 units. It was not fun. They had to inquire with each neighbor who was going to be away or who was expecting company. And if 2 family members visited, that was not possible. How can anyone give away something that does not exist? Norwalk may decide to reroute traffic or provide more church, retail, ice cream parking, parlor spaces to ease congestion. This is something Norwalk can do. But that's entirely on East Norwalk, on Norwalk's management for East Norwalk's benefit, not for the developer's benefit. I believe the required parking spaces should be entirely within your property boundaries. Clearly, there is not enough parking on this property for this many units or bedrooms as proposed. Looking at the plans, anyone can see there is nowhere else to park. There aren't even neighborhoods to disperse all of the overflow. There is no room for overflow. I sincerely believe there should be a smaller footprint with fewer units and more guests and retail parking available. This transitory delivery and parking area would also be less liable and less prone to flood risk, if that were to be about. Thank you.
Thank you.
We turn on the camera.
Okay, our next 2 speakers are Sam Haig and Susan Hawley.
Good evening, Sam Haig. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
I've been a Norwalk resident for 45 years with my wife. We own a home on 13 River Drive in the Marvin Beach section of East Norwalk. The first thing I'd like to say is the city needs to invest in a 21st century sound system in this room. Some of you I notice here, even on the commission, are looking at the phones, doing some more. I don't blame you. To listen to a lot of mumbo jumbo is hard to do. I get it. And I apologize if you all can't hear me clearly. I'm actually here to speak in favor of the project, so long as it is scaled back. Fewer units, a lower height, with more parking on site, and leaving the Cemetery Street 2 lanes. Providing the zoning variance to allow for squeezing this proposed massive 45-foot high structure onto this small site, which backs up to single-family homes across the pond and right next to it, totally changes the character of the area. It sets the precedent for future development all up and down East Avenue. And it will hurt home values throughout East Norwalk. I don't want to go and beat to death the traffic issues, but actually it should be beat to death. The 2-lane Cemetery Street, now pushing it into 1 lane with parallel parking along the entire street, will create a traffic nightmare during normal busy times, but particularly during the warm weather with all the East Norwalk beach traffic. You're going to have cars stopping as they parallel park, stopping all the traffic. You'll have delivery trucks that can't get into the site because there's only 2 spaces for public parking, stopping traffic on that 1-lane road. You'll have traffic coming out of that. You've got roughly 250 residents in there, plus the retail coming out onto the street, which will stop traffic on that 1-way street. The best example I can think of is for those of you who have ever been up Washington Street, which is 1 lane each direction with parallel parking at a busy time. It takes forever to get up that street. It's agony, people parking. And worse, this one has a massive residential unit, which has people coming out onto the street. That doesn't even happen on Washington Street. To make matters worse, the clearance of the East Avenue Railroad underpass is being increased. It's being increased to let tractor trailers now come straight down East Avenue into that traffic jam. I don't think that's been addressed, certainly in the traffic study. As you said, I think the chairman said earlier, the traffic study needs to be redone during summer beach traffic. And I think it will show this is just not a workable plan. Look, if the developer will just scale back the project to a reasonable density, put retail on the ground floor that the neighborhood needs, maybe a bank and a small grocery store with enough parking spaces on the site to accommodate the retail, not on the street, and keep Cemetery Street 2 lanes. I think most of East Norwalk would join me in supporting the project if it came to that state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
After Susan, we'll go back up to Amanda Saroff. I skipped over you.
Hi, my name is Susan Hawley, and I'm at 13 Wallace. And I just have a quick question for the developer. This project is so dense and so huge. I'm wondering if they're looking at it as a way to satisfy the 830G Affordable Housing Act. And will he be offering 30% of the units at below market, as other developers do when they go into these overly developed projects? They get through zoning because they're adding 30% of the units. So I'm just wondering if that's what's going on here, why it's so big. And if love to have it scaled back, and like Sam Hague said, I do love it, but it's got to be much smaller to fit into the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amanda Saroff and I live on Norden Place. And I was originally a Norwalk resident. 30 years ago, we moved here from all the way on the other side of the country and felt Norwalk was such an inviting place to be. We almost moved to Stamford and we would have missed so many great experiences. The Oyster Festival, the beach, the boat show, the car show, and that all involves the traffic on East Avenue. And all of that, especially when those are also our emergency evacuation routes to leave Norwalk, it will make it even a bigger nightmare considering you have what would now be a 2-lane go down to 1 lane and everyone trying to split up at that next where you want to build that divider and people trying to go back towards East Avenue, towards City Hall, and everyone's trying to leave the beach. We will end up not being able to have any traffic move because nobody can come up East Avenue, let alone go down East Avenue. The other thing is, like I said, I live on Norden Place. I'm part of our housing authority population. There's 53 units in our lot. We're given 2 units or 2 parking spots per unit. Most of those units are we have 1 unit or 1 parking spot is our garage and the other is an on-site parking. So we have 2 spots. 53 units. We have a couple guest spots. We have 3 or 4 in the back side, as well as over 25 parking spots on the street. Since we were here last 2 weeks ago, I've done a survey to see how many cars are in my unit, which is 53, to thinking about what 77 units would be when they have even more rooms than my places do. And I counted that at 8 o'clock in the morning, over half our cars were out of our parking lot. And those are the ones parked where I can see. Can't take numbers of ones I can't. But that also included the street. And of those 25 spots, 10 of them would already be taken, they're already gone. So to say that only 17 cars would interfere with traffic jams at a 77 unit place, when we have 100+ cars at our place at that same time period doesn't make sense. And to speak of it, even size quantity, Woodfield Commons is on 7 acres, just over 7 acres. I looked it up in City Hall yesterday here. It's just over 7 acres and we are on wetlands, just like what you guys are wanting, what the developer is trying to build. Problem is, we're on 7 acres. Cemetery Street's on 1. 53 units on 7 acres. And this is part of what Norwalk built for people, part of the housing authority. This is what Norwalk did to help bring people in that could afford Norwalk again. Because right now, these new development, what people are wanting to spend is nowhere near where we could afford. And I'm lucky that this was there for me and my son, because if not, I couldn't live in Norwalk anymore. And I love East Norwalk. This has become my home. My blood is California, but my heart's now here. And my heart screams at the fact that our children, our schools are going to get overpopulated. We haven't even talked about how many kids will be going into our school district. When the Avalon buildings on Norden were built, they said 7 students would be joining the Norwalk school system. As the audience has now laughed, no, it's been approximately 7 students a grade. And our overpopulation of our schools we're busting at the seams already. And these 77 units have 4 bedrooms, which means they're going to have families in them. The 3 bedrooms, the 2 bedrooms, even the 1 bedrooms, even a studio apartment. Our kids deserve better. And this is supposed to be a 3-story building. We're not including the parking lot that would be the 4th story below, because you're having underground parking, and that doesn't have any building structure next to it. So I'm just asking to keep and I'm not opposed to building up. I'm not. I think if this was a 33-unit place, it would be doable, because that means what was quoted the first day that we were here, the first person that spoke, it was an attorney, I believe, said that we are supposed to get 1.3 cars per unit. You multiply 1.3 cars by 77 units, that's 100.1 parking spots. That doesn't include the shopping. That doesn't include the 3 public spots that were given to go enjoy something that should be what should be part of the developer's mind to begin with, not just there for the cost to get something out of it. I want my son to stay here. But right now, with the congestion that's happening down in East Norwalk and in Norwalk in general, because we keep building and building and building and thinking it's not going to cause havoc in our community. And then once it does, go, oh, well, it's done. We'll just have to deal with it. That's why we're here now. We're trying to deal with it before you end up having, as I was on the Zoom call, the other gentlemen had said, it'll be great because it'll invite people to do less driving. What grocery store is in walking distance of East Norwalk? What hardware store? What, we have grocery stores, we got Dunkin' Donuts, we got 2 of those. We got 3 ice cream places. We even have a couple restaurants, and they're great. But we're busting at the seams already. We were busting when they built the Triangle Street, the apartment buildings right up Woodfield. We're busting at the seams, taking money left and right. But in the long run, the kids are the ones getting hurt, because the kids are losing their education, because their education is getting shorted, because there's too many kids and there's not enough teachers and there's not enough money. For some reason, there's not enough money for those kids to be going to school. I'm sorry. Kids have my heart. Doesn't matter if I won't matter if my kid's even here. The kids are who will be part of Norwalk when we're all gone. And we need to give them something to be good for. This whole thing, you cut it down maybe even in half, would be part of what East Norwalk looks like. The way it's built now is what downtown Stamford looks like. And is that what we want? That's what we're getting. Thank you.
Judy, if you can accept the invite.
Is it my turn? I can't hear anymore, anyone there. But I don't want to go over anything. I've been sending a couple of emails. My name is Judy Harris. I live at 7 Pequot Drive. And as you can see, I'm older. I am also disabled. The letter I wrote before, I was really gratified to see that a number of the points I had gone over had been raised. But seriously, I looked at the traffic, the parking lot, and there's one handicap spot. And it just seems sort of inadequate to me, especially if there's retail that is going to be part of this. The second thing I wanted to mention is walkability. When I was young in my 20s, my husband and I used to walk everywhere. We would come home on a Friday night. We lived in Stamford, walk from one side of Stamford to the other side of Stamford. Can't do that anymore. Never walked home with groceries. Now, one thing that bothers me is I go to therapy down West Avenue, and every time we go, we drive by what I call the Tyvek structure, which was built on a city parking lot. And there was supposed to be parking underneath. And it turns out if anybody was going to finish that structure, there wasn't enough parking. And the restaurants, forget it. So what happened was the Tyvek structure is still there, but the beloved Garden Cinema that was right near Pontos was torn down to make space for parking for the Tyvek structure if it's ever finished. And I've heard a lot about the parking. I myself am very concerned because at my age, disability or not, I don't go places unless there is adequate parking. I sent an email earlier today responding to something I heard with the Spartan that there would be one handicap Spartan. No, I was going on, I'm diverging. My other comment was on the enjoyment of the amenities. And I noticed when the presentation was done that the enjoyment of the gardens are from one street, and to get to the grand staircase area and the pier out into the mill pond, you have to go from the parking lot. So they're not connected. So if I went to just enjoy that or even see, I would have to go in one side, go around the building, and at the other side. I mean, I do ambulate, and I ambulate well, long distances, very slowly. Also, one more thing, I am a biker, a bicyclist. I have a recumbent bicycle that sits fairly low to the ground that has a flag up on top of it. But there are places I will not go because I am down so far, even with the flag and my strobing helmet. So this does not seem, I am all in favor of development of the parking lot and the West Fargo site. But again, I just am overwhelmed by the thought that this will work. There'll be enough parking. It will be usable by older people or people like me, even mothers with strollers, going from one area to another. dragging your kids around. I don't know. I would just ask that it be rethought and scaled down. And anything else I think has been covered already. Finally, one more thing. In the luxury apartment building, what is affordable? What is below market housing going to be? And is that really affordable at all? If you have a $3,500 a month unit and you lower it to $3,000 a month, does that become affordable? Because it's below market. I don't know. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next two speakers are Lisa Brinton and Donna Smirniotopoulos.
Lisa Brinton, 19 Shorefront Park, and I've been a resident here in Norwalk for about 25 years. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and thank you all for listening. Usually anyone standing at this podium begging for size modifications or challenging traffic studies claiming no significant impact are labeled naysayers or NIMBYs. I travel a lot, and I visit quite a few places, and I understand the need for increased density that's taking place in most of the towns around the country. It's just that many seem to do it smarter and more consistently, tastefully, and beneficially for their residents. Smart development also means revenues keep up with the added costs of supporting additional people and cars. Yet we seem to enrich the few at the expense of the many. Now, I don't believe this project has any tax abatements or credits, maybe it does, associated with it, but the TOD plan has devised another scheme, a point system, to give away Norwalk's value and equity just the same. The point system allowing the heightened number of units to almost double in size is subjective and disingenuous. From the perspective of many, I suspect in this room, zoning considerations vary a lot in Norwalk, one for residents, another for developers. And I'm going to give you an example, and many of you might think it's an apples to oranges comparison, but I think it captures the spirit of our approach to zoning here in Norwalk. A few years back, a neighbor wanted to add a garage to their property. Zoning wouldn't allow it because their setback didn't meet a historical easement for a non-existent, now imaginary trolley line along Highland Avenue. You all know where it is, the old Sono trolley line. Yet a developer claiming they'll create public space and a rain garden behind a structure so big in such a confined space that nobody will know it's there is also just as imaginary. What's the difference? The developer gets to build a couple dozen more units and the resident can't build a garage. One more comment about traffic. Taking the 2 lanes down to 1 and allowing on-street parking is just another perk for this particular project at the expense of the many, not to mention the choke point it's going to create to the beach. In closing, and contrary to previous commenters who also are appointees of this administration, despite 10 years of development and bragging about being the fastest growing city in Connecticut, Norwalk still can't meet its budget obligations without raiding the rainy day fund, engaging in creative accounting with employee benefits, or raising taxes. We can't fund this density, or we haven't figured it out. We've been entirely too generous to developers. This project would be great if it's about half its size, and I'm asking you guys to scale it back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Donna Smirniotopoulos, 18 Shorefront Park. I would like to take you on a trip a little bit down memory lane to January of 2019. There was an organization, it's gone dormant, called the Coalition of Norwalk Neighborhood Associations. And we were very involved in the development of the plan. I'd like to say we were involved in the development of the plan of conservation and development. Unfortunately, the ideas that we had for what we would like to see Norwalk look like in the future didn't make it into the final cut. So I'm going to read a little bit of that to you. You all received it by email today. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's too long. Dear members of the Planning Commission, on behalf of the Coalition of Norwalk Neighborhood Associations, We would like to thank you for your service to the city of Norwalk and your dedication to producing a comprehensive citywide plan. A plan for the next generation should be more than aspirational. Such a plan should help guide and inform the decisions of our land use commissions in order to advance the best interests of Norwalk stakeholders. Many of these stakeholders live in our constituent neighborhood associations, the same neighborhoods who gathered over the better part of a year to participate in Stantec's POCD workshops. Recognizing the complexity of planning for the next 2 years, where even minor misjudgments may cause irreversible negative impact, the 2018 POCD needs careful consideration and your urgent attention. We would like to offer the following suggestions as you revise the draft of the Plan of Conservation and Development. We feel certain you appreciate the value of residential property owners to the vitality and economic resilience of the city now and into the future, and that you will consider our suggestions seriously as you finalize the POCD. It is the consensus of our membership that the fine-tuning currently planned is insufficient. As such, we would appreciate a special one-on-one meeting with the council and Stantec to exchange views and to cover the following issues in open dialogue. That meeting that we asked for never happened. I want to focus on item 2, growth. The plan focuses on growth without first defining goals for growth. How big is Norwalk? What are our optimal population goals? Does the POCD adequately address the needs of existing residents as to infrastructure, health and safety, quality of life, diversity, amenities, and aging populations? Number 3 was balance. Does the plan define an optimal balance of residential property owners versus renters in order to ensure economic resiliency, given the city's reliance 90% of the time, and we got that figure from Bob Barron, who is the CFO, on property taxes for revenue? Vision. How does the plan tie to defined outcomes that contribute to a clearly defined vision, written and visual? What do we have now that we don't want in the future? What do we want that we don't have now? What do we have that we want to keep, enhance, preserve, protect? Westcog state and federal plans. I asked that we asked all of us, the 12 neighborhoods who participated, that the POCD be able to work alongside the other plans that seem to be competing. One of the most important things, grand list growth. The draft POCD fails to address the lack of net positive impact on grand list growth as a result of past and ongoing plans and developments from either city departments or third-party agencies like redevelopment. I don't think that's changed in the 4 years since we wrote this. Clearly, financial goals should be part of the land use approval process, including independently verified return on investment projections. And then number 9, I'm going to skip to outreach and public participation. We believe there was inadequate community outreach, including limited publicity and lack of tie-in from CityWeb. The CNA was doing a lot of the promotion for the city at that time. City population participation in the POCD process has been poor. Less than 0.2% of the affected city population participated in the introductory visioning session in November 2017. So now I'm going to skip to the stuff I wrote that goes with this, and pardon me for flipping around a little bit. So when the Coalition of Norwalk Neighborhood Associations entered these comments into the record more than 4 years ago, the Planning Commission chose not to factor any of our recommendations into the POCD. The final product, therefore, was not a reflection of what stakeholders wanted to see in a long-range plan. To no one's surprise, the East Norwalk TOD leaned heavily on the flawed POCD for guidance. Public comment about the one cemetery plan reflects the path taken by the city and its land use bodies and the Common Council to sidestep public opinion in favor of a development-forward POCD, one that dovetails with the governor's publicly expressed desire to double the size of the cities. This city develops plans that fit agendas other than those of the people who live here, as is the case of the POCD and the East Norwalk TOD. This application depends upon plans that fundamentally ignored public participation, public comment, and public benefits. I implore our land use commissioners to prioritize the needs and desires of those who live here, who pay taxes, who pay the bills, including the cost to pay the planners or to send mayoral appointees to walkability workshops upstate. I know that there are people here who believe they have some unique expertise, who know better than we do what is good for us. And I think a lot of people in this room are tired of being told what is good for them by people who read it in a book or heard about it in a workshop. There's a place for planners, but your decisions should not be based on what the planners read in a book or learned in a workshop. Listen to the people who have to live with your decisions, not those who believe by dint of books, by so-called experts, that they know better than we do what's good for us. And I would like to add before I finish that Mr. Handpeter, Benjamin Handpeter, did not disclose that he was recently appointed as an alternate to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So I think it's important that goes into the record. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Cleo Renee and James Mitchell.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cleo Renee, and I lived on 7 Fenwick Place in East Norwalk. I am the house, the dead end on that constructions that's gonna happen. I'm here for change. It's all good, but 76 units, 77, whatever it is, same thing. It's gonna be a bit too much. I work very hard to get this house. I am divorced. I have 2 beautiful kids that I put to school. I work my butt off to get this house going. And I hate to see this construction going right behind my home. It is gonna cover my house. My value is gonna go down. I have no one to do this but me. And to see Norwalk, the place that I love so much, to do this to my kids, it hurts me. I'm having nightmare because of this situation. I don't know where else to go. I cannot afford to go anywhere else but stay where I am. I am all for change. I'm asking you, 77 unit behind my backyard. It's too much. Please, I'm not asking. I know my decision is not gonna matter, but listen to other people. I'm not the only one in here that's having issues, but I know it is going to affect me. The pollution, the noise. I dedicate my whole life for Norwalk. I love East Norwalk. I have a guy that came into my driveway. He pulled down his pants. He peed right in my driveway. And when I asked him, what is he doing? He goes, oh, you own this house? And I also had another guy that pulled in right in my driveway, park his car. And I said, sir, where do you think you're going? He goes, I'm late for my train. Can I give you $10? It hurts me to my core to see someone speak to me the way I work so hard for my home. And when I find out about this project, it hurts me even more. So I don't have much to say, but I'm just asking you guys to reconsider it, please. I'm not begging. This is from my heart and for both of my kids. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Well, the emotion in this room is extremely palpable, and I'm sure everyone here can feel it as well as see it and hear it. One of the things that I've observed in the process of this entire development since I moved here 7 years ago, I live at 3 Platt Street with my lovely wife, who was a returnee to Norwalk, and we have seen a great deal of change, and that change is not going in the right direction. My first and most obvious observation to any of the developers is that what we see, what we feel, and what we're trying to get across to you, even though you're not listening to me right now, as I speak to you, gentlemen, is that there are more questions than there are answers. And I have questions. Have there been any other alternative or competing projects proposed besides this one? Is this the only choice that we have? Have the specific desires of the existing taxpayers like myself and my charming and lovely neighbors been considered beyond the public forums where we were asked to choose between amenities that we do not actually want through a points system that appears to point out items that people might want without this planned massive development and its consequences. What are the tax revenue projections that will be immediately available? Or are there years of deferments or abatements? I've heard asked. I've not heard the answer to this. What is the actual revenue tax base that might be realized? I've heard the questions, how many children will be joining the local schools? How has this been considered? Have we heard? We have heard many, many perspectives about parking, and my personal perspective is on what I call spillover parking. You can't possibly believe that this new development will not provide more congestive parking. The parking that has developed around the train station and its ongoing expansion has already been realized, along with other ongoing and already planned projects besides this one. You've just heard more reasons from more local reasons not to build this project, and I haven't heard through great reasonable and constructive expression of reasons why this is a desired project beyond the short-lived and private profits of the developers. I've spoken with the new current residents that have moved into the new Brim and Crown development, and these are not the affordable residents you just heard one speaker state that are desired, but are luxury price spaces that are bringing more than the 1.3 cars to the community as planned. The best expression that the community has that you've heard over and over here, and I'm saying it one more time, is to simply scale it back. I myself do not look forward to this new construction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Betty Bono.
Hello, I'm Betty Bono. I've lived at 35 Fifth Street in East Norwalk since 1984. That's 39 years. I've gone around the Cemetery Road traffic circle about twice a day since the time I moved in, sometimes more, sometimes less. And that means for you math folks that I've driven around that traffic circle approximately 28,470 times. So that's where my expertise comes from. I want to make three very brief points. Point one is that the Cemetery Road traffic circle is already a bottleneck and will become more so if 77 units are added right there at that traffic circle. During many periods of time, traffic is heavy. It's partly, but not entirely, a seasonal issue. Yes, there is beach traffic, the Oyster Festival, Shore and Country, concerts at the beach, fireworks at the beach, car shows at the beach, use of the marina by Calf Pasture, use of the dog park, but there's also drop off and pickup of children at the daycare center at Old Marvin School, drop off and pickup of children at Marvin School, voting at Marvin School, and so on. Point two is that if that circle becomes one lane of traffic, that means a single fender bender will shut down the traffic circle. Point three, I'm concerned that the use of bonus points has increased this plan from 44 units, which would be allowed as of right, to 77 units. That's 33 bonus units, a 75% increase, and I believe that's excessive, especially given that the residents of this project, as I said at the beginning, would be needing to get in and out by use of that traffic circle. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next two speakers are Sarah Hunter and then Peter Tucker.
Have it there. Good evening. Thanks for holding this hearing and listening to the public in this forum. My name is Sarah Hunter. I'm a resident of East Norwalk and a homeowner for over 20 years here. I'm speaking as a resident, not as many of you probably know.
I'm sorry, can we have your address, please?
17 Schofield Place,
Thank you.
East Norwalk. And I'm speaking as a resident, not part of any group that I'm a part of. So a couple of people I'm going to echo when I'm speaking, and also some points I want to make. My opposition is to the scale of this development. Some development will go there. I'm sure, you know, it could be very nice. I have no problem with developing within the as of right. Going from 44 up to 77 units is like nearly doubling what would be as of right, and that's what my opposition is to. The residents here telling you every kind of problem. It's not just walkability, it's not just traffic, it's not just pollution. It's lots and lots of points that people are covering. Sorry. So the TOD, or I believe it's the EVTZ that was done, the as right isn't meant to include this. So I've heard some people speak in favor, kind of blending those thoughts together. There's a difference between a special permit and versus what was considered in that agreement around TOD. Anyway, what's a shame is that this is a bit of a game. You've probably heard me speak many times over the years. Somebody mentioned earlier that this should be a collaboration. I wish this was a collaboration between the residents and Norwalk Zoning and City Hall. But it kind of goes like this every time. We hear, you'll have plenty of time and lots of input. And don't worry, it's early on. And then we have input sessions and we do maybe workshops. I think I recognize other people here who've done workshops. And we get input sessions where we feel like we're heard, and then nothing comes to fruition from what we've given as input, which is really sad because we would like it to be a collaboration. This room full of people, the last room full of people, and all the people on Zoom, it did not have to be this way. If you would listen to the residents sooner and more honestly, I don't think we would come to this point where we're having an argument over many people in opposition to 77 units, nearly double the size for a special permit that won't be special at all because they usually get approved. Wouldn't have to be like this. And so I'm going to echo a few people here. I'm going to echo, instead of saying exactly what he said, I want to thank Vinny, who said, listen to the hundreds of people who are signing petitions and showing up. I'm going to echo Donna, who said, listen to the people who live here. Really shortening it up there, but that's the point. I'm really going to echo Lisa Brinton, who really captured the theme when she said, why are we doing this? It's the benefit of the few, the expense of the many. We've seen mismanaged budgets in Norwalk. This is not about extra tax, grand stuff. Half the size makes sense. I'm sure I could go on. Also, Scott, I want to echo Scott, who's a homeowner here and said, you know, wait a minute, aren't the homeowner taxes conceivably better than the rental taxes? So echoing a lot of that, telling you, I feel like it's a little bit of a game and we didn't have to be here. It didn't have to be like this. You've had 2 hearings full of people in opposition to this. And what you're really hearing, I believe, and what I'm saying, regardless of what other people say, is that it's a nice place, a nice development. You've got a nice opportunity as of right. Why is the special permit being allowed and then, or considered? And then we get into the point system. The point system is, I think most people would say, ridiculous. That's where more input from residents was not heard, was not paid attention to. I was in those meetings. I had contributions to them. Many people here did too. Point system is not reflecting what we felt would be reasonable amenities on balance for extra density. It's just not. It's as if you're saying we're going to have extra delivery trucks every single day, extra traffic, extra noise, pollution, and light, but we'll put up some bird feeders and a solar panel. It's, you know, there's not a balance. So the extra scale, I think, should be denied. And I think that you should keep it within what is as of right. And I think that, like everybody else has said here, you should be listening to people who live here, the people who pay taxes. Your first speaker was a gentleman who does not live in East Norwalk. He mentioned himself that he lives in Golden Hill, which is other side of town. And just in case anybody needed to kind of think about this, the length of time somebody speaks, because he spoke for a very long amount of time, does not outweigh the quantity of people who are speaking in opposition, which includes me. I'm in opposition to the scale of this thing, and I hope you will deny the special permit. Thank you.
Thank you. I could just say I completely agree, which is kind of going to be what I am going to say. My name is Peter Tucker. I'm at 92 Old Saugatuck Road. I've been living in Connecticut for over 30 years. I moved from New York. There was an old expression in New York that it sounds like 2 pounds of bologna in a 1 pound bag. And I think just the simple 3 points I'd like to make are scale, time, and affordability of time, and consideration around time to consider all of the issues that the residents are raising. And then the third thing is very simple. First of all, we greatly appreciate all the time that you, as both participants and fellow residents of Norwalk, that we are. So we appreciate the opportunity for the open dialogue. So scale, I think it's very simple that when you drive by, and this has been a simple community bank that's going to 140 units, sounds just on the face of it, let alone all the evidence, to be totally inappropriate, right? And then timing. Everyone has mentioned that the consideration about the issues that are being raised, just give it the appropriate timing. So I think there are many, I'm going to echo what Sam said, and I totally agree with him. I don't think there would be a lot of opposition if it was scaled back in the appropriate way. Thank you.
Okay, our next two speakers are Diane Troy and Kim Bastori.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity for this. Thank you for this opportunity to voice my concern and objection to the scope and the traffic documentation included in this proposal for One Cemetery Street. I do appreciate what appears to have been a pretty thorough report on the project on March 2nd. I'm also pleased that you had an opportunity.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we just have your name?
I'm
and address,
sorry.
please.
Diane Troy,
Thank
3
you.
Stanley Street.
Thank you.
I do appreciate what appears to have been a pretty thorough report about the project given on March 2nd. I'm also pleased that you have given the opportunity to hear and witness the extent of the public's concern regarding this project and made the decision to allow at least one more public day to have the public speak. I have no interest in having the Wells Fargo project or property, I'm a little nervous, property remain as it is, and I do not oppose housing on the site. However, the scale of the proposed One Cemetery Street project is of great concern. I've lived in Norwalk for 24 years. I've lived on Stanley Street for 16 years. Stanley Street is about a block from the Wells Fargo property. I regularly walk to the beach and to Veterans Park. When I look at the 3.5-story proposed building practically on top of the street, they appear massive and out of character of the neighborhood. I remember on at least 2 occasions during the March 2nd presentation, remarks that the building would be hidden by the cemetery. That may be true for those who are on the opposite side of the cemetery, but it's definitely not true for those of us in the neighborhood who enjoy walking our neighborhood. And that includes walking by the Wells Fargo property. I regularly travel East Avenue to get to 95 to go to work and to go home. The idea that the traffic study conducted in the winter month of March is acceptable study is ridiculous. Frankly, I can't believe it's gotten as far as it has to be presented to the public for a proposal or for the public response. The traffic going to the beach, the dog park, the boatyard, and to homes during the winter month of March is nothing compared to the traffic during the warmer months of April, May, June, July, August, September, October, and even November. To be valid, the traffic study needs to be conducted over when a more accurate assessment can be done. I also reject the validity of the traffic study, not only because it was done in March, but also because little or no consideration was given to the effect it would have on the neighboring streets in the area. I see no mention in the study and heard no mention during the presentation of the effects of the project that will have on the traffic in the area of Emerson Street, Stanley Street, Winfield Street, and Strawberry Hill. As you know, Emerson Street is right next to the cemetery. People use Emerson to connect to Stanley, then travel to either Winfield to go to Westport or Strawberry Hill to go to Nathan Hale Middle School, Norwalk High, or the shops and the restaurants on Connecticut Ave. How is it that our neighborhood was totally left out of the study, but will definitely be impacted by the proposed project? In addition, there is a section on Emerson Street, just around where Burr Place is, that has an incline and no sidewalk, and walkers cannot be seen until a car is nearly on the top of the hill. If you knew the area as I know, you would see the area that it's a residential area with parents walking with children, baby strollers, and dogs walking. To ignore this area indicates a lack of understanding or concern about our neighborhood. Adding a bare minimum of 77 drivers along with retail and offices in the proposed site will definitely impact Emerson Street, Stanley Street, Winfield, and Strawberry Hill. To summarize, I oppose the proposed scale and scope of one cemetery street. The height of the building is too high. The density of 77 units is too great. The traffic study does not accurately measure the impact on East Avenue, and there is no data about the traffic on Emerson, Stanley, Winfield, or Strawberry Hill Avenue. To rush the project simply due to a timeline people are trying to meet would be an insult to those of us who are definitely going to be negatively impacted by the scope of this project. Thank you for the opportunity.
Wow, I don't know if I can top what you just said. I don't know who you are, but very well said. Thank you to the commissioners who are here in person. I have allergies. I'm Kimberly Bastoni. I reside at 1 Sasqua Road. I have lived here for 30 years. I raised my family here. I moved from New York City. There have been many opinions and facts expressed by the Norwalk property tax paying residents already, so I'm not going to repeat all those concerns. I would just like to say that I have walked from my road, from my house on Sasqua down to Sono, down to the beach, down to the pond, and I've never had problems with traffic. I agree that what has been said by many of my tax-paying East Norwalk residents, there's not enough parking. It will be a major problem. There's overcrowding of the schools. My daughter went to Marvin. It will be overcrowded. They don't have enough teachers. The traffic study was done at an off-peak time of the year, hence yielding an inaccurate finding. Traffic will be a nightmare. Delivery trucks blocking traffic. People trying to parallel park. I mean, seriously. Amenities that most people will not use. A bench to sit on that looks at a blue house that will hold 15 of us. Most of us have backyards, or we can go to the Norwalk Beach. We can sit across from Overton's and eat our ice cream. There are many public parks where we can sit, not in the back of someone's apartment building or complex. A pollination garden that will be behind the wall where we can't go because we don't live there. If someone wants to sit outside of their own yard, there are plenty of places. I'm asking you to please listen to the tax-paying residents and scale back this project. Conduct the traffic study in summer months. You can start from May through November. Work with us to build a complex that fits the space, adds value to East Norwalk, makes us proud to live here and to what you are all bringing to this community. Take away the special permits, the points, the zoning, whatever it's called. Scale this back, fewer units, lower height, 2 floors, more retail, leaving traffic the same. Go back to the 44 units. Please listen to us. We live here. I've lived here for 30 years. We do know what's best for this community. I implore you to listen to us. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Max Cascuna and John Deasy.
Hello, everybody, neighbors, friends, everyone from East Norwalk. My name is Max Cascuna. I live at 285 East Avenue, a stone's throw from the project, we'll call it. My former employer, not where I work now, but where I worked previously, was building and land technology in Stanford. So I have firsthand experience of what it's like to see an apartment being built, filled up, and the results of that. One of the things that I learned in my experience there was nobody owns 0.3 cars. So saying that 1.3 cars per building, and I understand that's an average, but saying that is the norm or the accepted norm is a little ridiculous. Apologies, I'm not used to public speaking. What I noticed in our building was that a lot of the residents with second cars were parking in the parking lots adjacent to the building. We do not have parking lots adjacent to that structure. I live on East Avenue. It's already hard to park there. And as some of our neighbors have expressed, people have parked in their driveways on the way to the train station, which is horrifying to think about. During events where we have the Oyster Festival or car shows or things like that, where we invite many more people to the area, the added congestion will double, triple at that juncture and at that choke point. The one thing that is the most concerning for me, for my kids, is that when someone gets past a choke point in driving, usually they tend to speed up out of frustration, anger, whatever it is. I live exactly where that would be the most impactful. And I have a 1-year-old and a 6-year-old that I have to cross the street with to get to my vehicle, where I park on the street. And oftentimes people are driving all too fast already. My son has already almost been hit by a car, and me numerous times as well. So yes, it will be a choke point there, but I believe it will create a very fast traffic pattern after that, going down East Avenue, leading out to Vets Park. So that's a pretty big concern for me. The other thing is infrastructure. So one of the things I also learned while at that employer was that one of the things that was not planned for really at all in the Harbor Point area, those that are not familiar with building and land technology, they build basically every building down there, was internet, phone, other things that are digital, in the area. Cell phone towers were not built. If you're in Harbor Point now, cell phone service is very minimal. It's hard to get a signal. Internet has slowed very significantly, and a lot of us are starting to work from home or work from home in a hybrid model. That's a big area of concern for me as well, because it can affect the way I bring home money for my family and provide for my family. And even buying increased speeds or trying to invest more in that would need to be supported by Norwalk in terms of infrastructure. So with that being said, I know I've taken a decent amount of time, so I apologize, but I wanted to thank everyone for your attentive ears, and also my neighbors for voicing a similar opinion. Please scale this back. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is John Deasy. I'm a resident of 10 Lorena Street. Good evening. My name is John Deasy. I'm a resident of 10 Lorena Street, right off Gregory. Lived here for 17 years. My wife passed away a few years ago. We raised 2 boys here. The teenagers now. I've seen the neighborhood change. I have to ask the question, does the city, does the state hate East Norwalk? There's been so much dumped here. I don't know where to start. The city Parks and Rec used to operate the entrance to Calf Pasture Beach. They gave that over to this LAZ company, where now you can just drive straight in. The traffic on Gregory is just gone up manifold during the summer. There's nobody there to turn people away from out of town. I can't even drive down there anymore. When I used to, anytime I visit down there, it's either by bicycle now. What I'm more concerned about is the so-called transit-oriented district, the TOD. I've seen, I work in construction, I've seen places rezoned. With the stroke of a pen, powers that be can transform manifold the value of an area just simply by rezoning. I'm a bit cynical. I think the backers of the powers that be get a lot of money. They get a great investment on the money that they bought a rezoning for. And I have to question, as a commuter into New York, what benefits the TOD has brought here. It's threatened the neighborhood here. I don't see a lack of less cars here. The buildings that have been built already down at the by the train station there and have attracted more cars like a magnet. I think the only way, if these people truly had been commuting, moved there to commute into the city, their numbers would have shown up in the train. But, you know, there was a blessing here with COVID. People started working from home. The people that live here now at this TOD development, they're certainly not using the train. It's been a big boon to the developers. The city's already bestowed a lot of gifts on the Scala. I think they gave them Smith Street right off of Wall Street there for that big development alongside the river. When is it going to stop? Please reconsider this, give it some more time, and most of all, do a decent traffic study here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Donna Mentone.
Hi, I'm Donna Menton. I live at 8 Gregory Boulevard. I haven't heard too many people, and I came in a little late, who live right on Gregory. So I think I might have a little bit of a perspective. Thank you to all my East Norwalk neighbors. Thank you guys for doing what you're doing. I know it's a tough job. And I have to say the renderings are beautiful of the building. They look quite nice. But living on 8 Gregory, there's a bunch of things that go on, and traffic and being the last one here, everybody's pretty much, I keep making notes, but everybody's covered everything I was going to say. But one of the big things is I'm on 8 Gregory, which is about 4 driveways or 4 houses past the bank. If I try to get out of my driveway to go towards 95 in the summertime, even to go to work in the morning right now, it could take me as much as 5 minutes just sitting in my driveway trying to get out. And that's traffic now. The summertime, forget the summertime, as everybody's mentioned, we have all of those issues. The time it takes, sometimes it takes 10 minutes just to get to 95 with the amount of traffic that's on East Avenue. Part of it may be the construction. My concern, I've been in Norwalk for about 20 years now. I've lived in East Norwalk all that time. I've lived on at 262 East Avenue. Somebody mentioned that address earlier. I've lived on First Street, and I've been at 8 Gregory for almost 5 years now. And the traffic has progressively gotten worse. I look with my grandchildren who come to visit, places to walk, things to do. The streets are getting a little bit more dangerous. That intersection in front of the bank is really tough at times to get across the street or to go over to Sweet Ashley's. If you want to do that by narrowing that down to 1 lane, I think it's going to be horrible. I don't know why they didn't keep in the plan the exit that they've already got there going right out onto Gregory. That could have been one decent, I think, solution to getting people out, at least going in that direction. You mentioned the transit district, and they're building in the TOD for people who they think are going to use trains. As this gentleman just said, there's fewer people going into New York City, and the only thing people are really using the trains for are to commute into New York or maybe into Stamford for work. They still have to have a car. It's going to be adding to the density of the cars in the area, the traffic in the area. I think we're setting a precedent by not keeping with the character of East Norwalk. If we want to keep it as a small community, I'm all for development. That place, the lot needs to be developed into something. Why not some kind of residential development? But I'm a homeowner. If it's rentals, again, somebody mentioned taxes. Who's going to bear the brunt of the city amenities that have to be put in there, because the developer's not paying for the boardwalk. He's not paying for the public space back there. They're giving us $25,000. I mean, I can't even do my basement for $25,000. I don't know how they're going to do that in the back of a building for $25,000. So what's that going to be contributed to the construction of that particular parcel? As this woman previous said, I'm not going to walk down behind a building to sit and look at the mill pond. I can walk around and go look at it from Overton's if I really want to do that, or I can sit in my own backyard. I can sit in the third floor of my house and look at the mill pond. I don't have to go sit behind a big apartment building. It's way, way too large. I think basically what everybody has been saying, the building is way too high. The density is much too great. The traffic study is BS, because they haven't even taken a look at the times when we do have sufficient traffic going through there. The neighborhood impact, is it positive or negative? As far as I can see, it's negative. I don't see any positives that they've offered to the neighborhood, except for the fact that they're cleaning up the parcel. And if they cleaned it up with a smaller, less dense project, it would probably add to the character of the community, the character of the area. But so I am in serious opposition of it. I am not in opposition of development. However, I believe that this should be scaled back. I would believe or would request that you deny all the special permits, because what are they giving us? The special permits are not giving us, those points are not providing really anything for the community. And that's what those points and perks were supposed to be for the community. Take a look at the East Norwalk community. The people that have been here, I've been here twice now. I had no intentions of getting up to speak tonight, but it's aggravating that we're not being listened to as a community. And, you know, the people that live here know what works. And I'm sure that you folks have gone to the beach in the summertime and know what it's like to sit in traffic coming and going. So, you know, I don't know what the actual cost to the city is. I don't know what my taxes are going to be as a result of this. I don't see it reducing taxes substantially. They're not homeowners, they're renters. What's that doing? So again, I'm in opposition of it. I am not in opposition of development, but I am in opposition of the size. So scale it back in density, scale it back in size, definitely, and do a sufficient traffic study, because what they've got now is so totally insufficient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so then our next speaker is going to be Trish Prince.
Hello, everyone. So I am Trish Prince, Patricia Prince. I live 8 Fenwick Place, so I am directly on the mill pond. So it's in my backyard. My husband the other day let me know that the tides are in fact getting higher. And so that's an interesting thing that I don't think he ever believed it before really this year. So just looking at the mill pond, I've lived there since 1995. I live right across from Clio. So we've seen some changes along the way, including the last time they dredged the mill pond. And I know that people were asking me, and I apologize, but you know, about the birds. So I take a lot of pictures, or I used to. It's been a tough year, but anyway, so the swans are not endangered, as we all know, just so, I mean, they're not even native to here, though they do nest, and they've already got their nest going already for this year. However, so at the last meeting, I happened to be looking over the environmental aspects of it. And last week I began the process, just, you know, letting you have to contribute data to the DEEP related to endangered or protected or threatened wildlife species. They don't just automatically find these things. So I was curious last week, and I happened to notice that the Mill Pond is not in that particular zone, or perhaps not yet anyway, because we do have, so they're migratory, and I'm not an ornithologist, but what I wanted to share was this. So we see every year, in addition to the swans, the snow egrets, the bitterns, the herons. So anyway, we have a lot of birds, and they come right about now and they start to nest. Now, I was surprised. I had no idea because we have so many of them eating small ducks as they get born and what have you. So it's really quite an experience on the Mill Pond. And I mean, like I said, we spend, I think a lot of us who live here spend a lot of time in that Mill Pond. Well, it turns out, and I had a list, but a number of those birds, let's see, I had no idea. We have so many bitterns, and you'll all see them in the trees. You can see them from Overton. So the white ones are they're gorgeous, and they're just everywhere. So from about now till fall, you'll start to see them. So anyway, a number of those are actually endangered. So the bittern, it doesn't really look all that striking. Probably the most common one I see throughout the spring and then summer into the fall. So it turns out that of all of them is actually endangered. I think there's one other, but anyway, a number of them are either threatened species of concern. So what happens now is then data has to, go in. And so I'm not really sure where we were with our environmental report, but, just to stress, living, and appreciating, it's literally in my backyard, all of this, taking it for granted to some respect, in some respect. Now, I saw those pictures the last meeting, and I had to be cautioned by a student of mine. I said, they were so pretty, and I don't really want to see a lot. And I looked at it and I was cautioned something about impressionism and Nazi. And so it's something about how, something can be made to look a certain way. And of course I understand impressionism, and I never really thought about it in terms of, anything like that, propaganda or otherwise, but I do like pretty things. And obviously something needs to go there. And I remember in the beginning saying something like, like not norms, one of the older style buildings, right? And it did look like that. I don't think perhaps to the scale, right, that I anticipated. So as I had to put all these pieces together and thinking about where we are, and really it's such a small area when you think about it. If you look at it from above, as I do quite often, just to see what changes and what has changed, it's not a huge area. So anything like that, affects it and has to. The other thing I noticed the last meeting, no mention was made of the brook that also flows from across Gregory Boulevard by the Masonic Wells. So those, what is it? I can't remember, a box culvert. That's it. It's called a box or whatever. Yes. The thing that runs out, I always assumed it only came from the stream that goes across the street. And that was the more recent thing I was looking. My husband said, what do you mean you don't know where it comes from? So, I rarely walk over there, but that wasn't mentioned in the meeting. And I assume that I didn't realize that the people who perform those environmental studies, hired as part of a project like this. So that's basically a landscaping architecture's license, right? A certification. I thought, and perhaps the qualifications, I do not recall the gentleman's name, but I had no idea that. So those studies were based on that, though. I'm assuming, it's a job one does perhaps, or is asked to do from time to time as part of that job. But at any rate, so my concerns really became related to the environmental aspect of this and the closeness of all of this. And then when you think about 77, I think, spots. And just one final thing, because we're talking about these spots and how we're trying to be, it's probably mine. Oh, no, just it. But anyway, we're talking about all these, we're trying to make things better. I heard a gentleman earlier this evening when I was teaching multitasking, and I heard him saying that, increasing our density is actually an improvement for the environment in some respects. And nothing about this project, it didn't seem, except for some butterfly gardens and what have you, it's not being built on green technology. You know what I mean? It's not, issuing natural gas, right? None of that was built into this, and those should be amenities. And I've heard a lot of talk about amenities, and I don't really, I wasn't there when everybody, talked about those. But from all of this, it looks nice. And again, I think it looked great. But in theory, and then we're talking about a transit-oriented development, and yet we're asking to take away from a street and add 14 more parking spaces for people who are supposed to be moving here not to need cars. And I would say, as a person who works from home, whose children always have, I don't even know why I have a car at this, I don't know why I pay for, because I never use it. But I walk that dog, and he's black, and I dress in black, and we walk at night and we walk during the day, and there are cars all the time. It is walkable. It is absolutely walkable. It's just a matter of, as a matter of fact, the more we put in there, the less walkable it would likely be. But at any rate, so obviously I'm not opposed, right? But it has to be scaled back, and I would think. And I would also, like I said, be curious to know more about the environmental study that was conducted, just because it doesn't appear that everything was taken into account, all right? But that is it, and I thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Cheyenne Scarpelli. Please accept the invite. Please unmute.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Hi, my name is Cheyenne Scarpelli, and I live at 1 Villaway Road. I moved here about 11 years ago. I love East Norwalk. People are friendly. It's a mixed community of people of all walks of life. We don't have enough trees. And one thing we certainly don't have enough of is we don't have a place to grocery shop. So I say, has anyone ever thought about putting a little grocery store for the East Norwalk community, so we don't have to get on the thruway to go either to Westport or over to exit 14? I mean, there's nowhere in the neighborhood to grocery shop. There's no grocery store. And I just wonder, has anyone ever considered that? I mean, I don't think we need more people, more apartments in the area either. And there is also, I mean, I agree with the amount of traffic. I mean, people are cutting through Villaway constantly to either go to the beach or go the other way towards the thruway. But, I just think the neighborhood, we've got plenty of banks. We've got a drugstore. We've got plenty of churches. I think we should have a place to get our food. And I just wanted to say that. And thank you for listening.
Thank you.
All right, Louis, do you want to go to our last speaker, or do you want to take a break? Up to you, Mr. Chairman.
Lou, I suggest a break.
There's only one more.
Oh, there's only one more? Okay.
What's the feeling of the group? Anna?
Take a break.
Right?
Wait, you said there's only one more speaker?
Yeah, but it'll be a long.
There's one more, Ms. Cece, I'm assuming you're going to take more than 10 minutes, right? Or
Probably people that maybe came in that didn't get to sign up. Normally the chairman asks if there's anyone who wants to speak that didn't sign up.
we're not cutting it off. It's just a question of whether we break now or we break in 20 minutes or so. Whatever.
We should break now.
We've got we've already got Richard out, so why don't we it's 8:25, why don't we reconvene at 8:40? Okay? 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say something. It's probably quicker to come here than
Hi, Anna.
Let's start online.
Noah Wilker. You're going to be promoted to a panelist if you will unmute.
I'm not sure if I'm visible or not or audible.
Yeah, we can see you and hear you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for the commission or to the commission for hearing all of the residents over the two sessions that you're holding. My name is Noah Wilker. I live at 40 Pine Hill Avenue. And I just wanted to echo all of the concerns that have already been made around the traffic and infrastructure challenges that this project is posing. We bought our home on Pine Hill Avenue here because we feel like it's a very, very special part of the world with a fabulous school, beaches, the dog parks, the clubs, the proximity to the train station. I could go on and on about what a great place East Norwalk is to live. And we're proud to live here. I'm asking the commission to please hear all of these concerns and consider them seriously. Yes, there needs to be redevelopment in the East Norwalk area around the train station. We understand that. The Cemetery Street lot is an opportunity. There are many opportunities in East Norwalk to make it a better place to live and a more walkable place to live, and all of these concerns to be addressed. The first speaker tonight talked about the urban fabric
of this neighborhood. And I think that there might be some disconnect between the people that actually live in this neighborhood and people that are considering this as an urban planning exercise. We view this not as an urban area, and I don't think you're going to find anybody who has invested in this area and moved their family here that anyone's going to want to see this turn into an urban situation. And we welcome, again, the opportunities, and we see the opportunities to make East Norwalk a beautiful place to live. When you come out of the gate with a property like this and the developer is asking for special permission to max out the property so much that you're taking out a lane of traffic on a state road, that seems to be ill-considered and not really thinking through the impact on the residents who have invested here and have families here and want to see this seaside, beachside community retain some of that character that's very important to us and really exemplifies why we live here. So please, to the commission, consider the residents that you're hearing and their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Jesse McGarty and then Ken Kirschner. And then for any folks who are online, please use the raise your hand tool now.
Hello, everyone. Hello, commissioners, applicant. My name is Jessie McGarty, and I live with my family at 10 Branford Street. Our property is directly on the mill pond and a stone's throw away from One Cemetery Street parcel. And I look forward to the beautification of this property. Nevertheless, I'm in agreement with those in the East Norwalk community who know that there are many reasons why the proposed project as is will irreparably impair the quality of life in East Norwalk. Today, I'll focus on just a few reasons that I haven't heard much about. My husband and I worked hard to buy our first ever home to live in this part of town because our dream was to have a home in a laid-back beach community. I am a very proud ex-city girl who loves being close to all Sono has to offer, but I don't want to live in that busier environment, which is why we, like many others, specifically chose East Norwalk to call home. For nearly 27 years, I, along with my husband and children, have been so very blessed to watch the various wildlife on and around the mill pond. We enjoy so many birds, and in particular, the beautiful swans when they emerge each spring with their babies. It's been a huge part of the joy of living where we do. Right now, the mill pond is perfect for wildlife because on one side where Overton's is open and a lovely place for the birds to sun and swim. But they also have the quiet refuge of the other end of the pond where One Cemetery is. This is where we've seen every year we've lived here, and I'm told even longer, swans make their nest and have their babies because it's a safe space away from the public. I'm aware they're not an endangered species and therefore don't legally need to be protected, but that doesn't stop them from being an important part of the peaceful nature and charm of East Norwalk. I'm sure the many families that visit and bring their children and grandchildren to watch them would agree that they are a treasure. This section of the pond where the proposed development is very quiet, particularly in the evening and also very dark, which is why so many birds choose to nest there, again, a refuge. However, sound does travel in this enclosed area. Currently, if someone is outside across the pond while we are and so much as coughs hard, we can hear it. I'm not concerned just for the birds, but for the many forms of wildlife habitats there. But my husband is a bird watcher, and we personally have witnessed over 40 different species of birds at the mill pond. And those are the ones that he could identify. There are many more. Not long ago, we watched a mandarin duck. Bird watchers came from many states away to enjoy and photograph him, and throughout the years, other unusual birds. We have a responsibility to respect and protect their chosen homes. Without a doubt, a development this size will scare the wildlife away. The noise and activity that will occur from not only the outdoor spaces that are planned, which in the developers' renderings even show a large outdoor movie screen that only the residents could enjoy. And for obvious reasons, they enjoy it at night, but also the noise and activity from 3.5 stories, busy retail spaces, truck deliveries, garbage and recycle pickups, traffic coming in and out of the 100+ parking spaces. And surely these spaces will all be well lit and also utilized in the evening. The voices and most likely music and other sounds from these many areas will negatively impact wildlife. And just imagine how many lights from backyard lampposts, the parking lot, never mind 77 apartments, and many of them with balconies overlooking the pond. And most certainly, for all the same reasons and then some, the quality of life of the nearby residents will be significantly impacted. Our peaceful backyards will be gone forever. Please take a moment to really consider how you'd feel if a development this size were built right behind your home. The noise, the lights, all in your windows. Another problem I'd like to bring attention to is regarding traffic. There's not only a traffic congestion problem that many have spoken about, but there's one that's very dangerous as well. Anyone that travels from the blocks off of Gregory Boulevard on the right side, if you're looking towards the beach, so the blocks on here, already has to take a leap of faith while crossing to merge into the lane going back towards 95. So many blind spots and the cars are just, it's busy and it's dangerous. The same goes for folks, traveling from the left side of Gregory Boulevard, crossing over to merge into the lane going towards the beach. Getting into those lanes is challenging now. And if you live in that area, you certainly know someone who's had an accident there, or you yourself have come close. Anytime during the year, it's not easy, but especially during rush hours and the beach going season because it's very busy. Summer camp at Marvin Elementary School, I won't go on. Others have mentioned boat shows, car shows, Ripka's patrons I didn't hear. So many people go back and forth. It is always very congested. The proposed plan for one cemetery includes a yield sign on the opposite side of Gregory Boulevard between the Masonic Lodge property and Christ Episcopal Church. It's supposedly to assist the traffic flow, but really it just accommodates this new development because without the development, it wouldn't happen. Putting a yield sign on Gregory Boulevard will inevitably back up traffic, as yield signs do, which will exacerbate an already problematic street. This will cause drivers to have to dart through the congestion to cross into the lane, and in the process, either hit other cars or the oncoming cars will hit them. Or even worse, people walking, biking, kids in strollers. It's a treacherous situation. And once there is only one driveway, one in and out of the one Cemetery Street development, as all the renderings show, with the added vehicles, and it's right at the start of Gregory Boulevard, the traffic will have no choice but to contribute to the congestion and accidents will happen. If there is to be only one driveway, which still seems unsafe to me, it should be in the center of Cemetery Street, which would then allow views of the pond and of the green spaces, or even on the other side of the property at East Avenue, which is a much less used street. It just makes more sense. But since there's some sort of drain pipe that the property may need access to, rather than sacrifice building space, the driveway is planned there, And the area residents and visitors' comfort and safety will then be sacrificed instead. It's not a good plan. We who live here know how the traffic flow goes, and the issues have been mentioned at multiple meetings. Please listen to those who drive, walk, bike here daily, and not a traffic study that was done in the month of March. It's absurd and in no way reflects, an accurate depiction. While frustrated, exhausted, and yes, angry that so much time and energy has to be spent on the matter of this development, I'm sure you all can relate. I want to apologize. Some have behaved in not the best manner, but I also want you to know that it comes from a deep passion and love of our community, and from the fear that our homes and lifestyle will pay a terrible price if this development is built as is. We so value our peaceful way of life in East Norwalk, and we want to maintain it for generations to come. It's also important, that I, along with so many in Norwalk that I've spoken to, all feel the same, and that we want progress. You've heard it many times tonight. We want something built on that property. We get it that developers are business people who want to make money, not unlike the rest of us. However, certainly there's a compromise to be made here. Please make this modification of this problematic and disproportionate to the neighborhood design and reconfigure this development. Surely alterations could be made to please the developers and us. They have an extremely talented team who can do this, I'm sure. We all saw their magnificent renderings. Open it up a bit to the green space. That could and should be viewed from the road in front, or maybe in a center courtyard. Not only would it be more aesthetically pleasing to the neighborhood, but more environmentally friendly. Let the public see and enjoy while passing by the 4 points amenities like the pollinator habitat, integrated garden, public seating. Put them in clear view where people will actually see, use, and appreciate them. What a gift that would be to East Norwalk, and a legacy for all on the development team, the applicant for sure, as well as all on the Planning and Zoning Commission. You have the power to make this happen. After all you've heard from us here the other night, at other meetings, in emails, and in the comments of the 700 plus people that signed the petition, surely you must realize this should not be built as is. Please listen, and we will truly be grateful. We will feel heard and valued as citizens of Norwalk, and reminded of that every time we look at that Cemetery Street property. Probably most folks here, but most that have been involved in this, believe that no change will happen, or that certainly none of any consequence will happen. The boxes are checked, so nothing else matters. Please prove them wrong. Don't set a dangerous precedent for future projects. We risk a domino effect of similarly sized projects that could completely alter the character of our community. Show us that our viewpoint is important and that all this hasn't been for nothing. We in East Norwalk have lost faith. We need this to happen. I implore you to go back to the drawing board with new inspiration and know we look forward to supporting better designs. I thank you all for your time in advance and for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you very much. My name is Ken Kirschner. I live at 166 Winfield Street for the last 20 years with my wife. I think, Mr. Chairman, you asked that we address our questions or statements to the developers. So I have a few that I'd like to address. First, I'm all for recreation and biking and everything else, but I don't understand the purpose of the bike path to nowhere. There aren't any bike paths on Old Saugatuck, on Winfield, on Van Zandt to get there. So why put about 100 feet of bicycle path there if no one could really get there through a bicycle path? Number one, and I think to actually get a bike path to then cut down the street from 2 lanes to 1 lane makes absolutely no sense. Second, the woman who spoke about the Norton project, I travel near the Norton project with both sides having parked cars, and when a big truck comes through, I have to stop my car because it is so close. And I'm afraid now that trucks can come under the railroad, we're going to get a lot more trucks, and it's going to be much more difficult to actually get through that area. Third, if we can ask questions to developers, I would like to know how many cars each of them have that own cars, because they probably have 2 cars per family, maybe a truck or 2, and it's going to be at least 2 cars for each of the residents. And so if there's only 100 spaces, how you could approve anything more than 50 units is beyond me, quite honestly, because one would have to assume that there are going to be visitors, and there are also going to be people going to the retail areas. For, with all due respect to Harvard and walkability study, our house is about 100 yards from Winfield Street, and I'll tell you aesthetically, that setback is really nice. And having 10 feet or 10 yards or whatever was said is kind of ridiculous in my estimation. And so it needs to be scaled back in terms of the setback as well as the height. And finally, I haven't really seen any great studies on what the effect of the light and the additional construction are going to have on the environment in the mill pond. And I'd love to see that addressed as well. Thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Remotely, we have David. Please unmute.
Hello, I was just wanting to speak and say that I'm opposed to the heavy density that this.
I'm sorry, David, can you give us your name and address, please?
Sorry, my name is David Allenbaugh. I'm at 74 Old Saugatuck Road.
Thank you.
Yep. And again, everyone has said what I wanted to say, and I just needed to speak, hopefully to be heard. Simply that I oppose the density of it. The development is great. We need that. We don't need the heavy density. We don't need the change in the traffic pattern. And I don't know if the committee actually even votes on that, or if that is up to the state, the proposals that the developers put in, and that the developer pays for that. I think that that's an odd feature that the developer agrees to pay for something that they're going to benefit from. And that should be a state issue, especially on a state route. My understanding of all of this is relatively new. Some of it might be incorrect, but my opposition to the density remains the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and then I believe our final speaker is Ms. Cece.
Well, before you do that, let me just ask, is there anyone else here or online that wishes to speak? All right, if not,
Yeah, so,
There is someone online.
oh, okay, go ahead. And there's someone in the audience that wishes to speak as well? All right, let's invite the person online and then the person in the back of the room who wishes to speak.
Karen Cole, please unmute. Karen, we can't hear you. Please unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about the delay. My name is Karen Cole. I live at 24 Olmsted Place. And my husband and I raised our daughter here pretty much from the time we moved here 25 years ago. And she went through the Norwalk public school system. We were very impressed at the time with the schools, especially the principal, Mrs. Dealman at the time, who welcomed us with open arms, welcomed me before I even before we decided to purchase our home. I had a one-on-one tour with her of the kindergartens, and I was very impressed with the hour and a half that she spent with me personally. I'm an educator, so I was obviously concerned coming to a bigger town from where we came from, or a city actually. And I wanted to make sure that the school system was more than adequate for our daughter, who is an only child. She did well in the school system, and we were very pleased. I have to say, though, in the last several years, the schools, as we all know, have become very overcrowded. Teachers are asked to manage classrooms with unreasonable, exceptionally large pupil populations. It is very unfair to the teachers. And being a teacher myself, I understand the ratios need to be adequate in order for children to get a very good education that they deserve. As we all know, Norwalk continues to build large, overly large apartment buildings. We saw that at the Triangle Street / Winfield Street development. And with 77 units expected at this development, I really fear for the education that the children in East Norwalk would be getting. If I was moving to this town and I saw the numbers of teachers, the ratio of teachers to students, I would not move to this town. They are so overcrowded that it has exceptionally impacted the education that our children are getting. And I implore the developers to really listen to this request that we need to scale it back so that there are not, that this development is not adding to the overcrowdedness to our classrooms. It is not fair to the children, period. And it is not fair to our teachers. They're not paid enough to teach to that number. And the education that the children are getting, would be getting as the school population increases, would be a real disservice to them. Too many, I've also just wanted to say to end my talk here, that I am, as some of you know, and most of you should know, there are billboards around all the way up to Bridgeport. Not too long ago, there were 3 billboards in Bridgeport, Connecticut, off of 95, advertising jobs for special ed teachers in our city. That is just unacceptable, that we should have such a need to fill those that those positions are not getting filled. Also, I am on Indeed. I receive daily emails from Indeed. At one time, I was looking to make a change in my teaching job, and there are constant ads from Indeed looking for teachers for our city. We are desperate for teachers in this city and need to fill those vacancies. So the children, obviously, and the teachers are being affected. And to add more children to our already overcrowded school system would be a real shame, and it would give Norwalk and their public school system a very negative reputation. So I agree with everybody except for maybe one person who spoke before me, that I have heard that it needs to be scaled back. The development needs to be scaled back. Please, please, please listen to our pleas. Thank you.
Thank you. And did we have one other person in the audience who wished to speak?
Good evening. I'm Marlene Herrick. I'm at 48 Emerson Street. Everyone who's spoken has basically covered some of the things I wanted to say. Emerson Street has become a horror from the time that I grew up until now. The traffic is hideous. I'm right at the point of Villaway Road and Emerson. People do not stop. They use Emerson Street as a cutoff to get to the freeway and to Westport and the Westport on-ramp of the 95. It's constant speeding up and down the hill. Because I'm on a slight incline, they gun their SUVs and go up the street. We have Amazon and what's the other truck? Amazon and UPS that are coming with these gigantic trucks coming up and down the street, blocking the traffic. Well, I've got on Villaway Road, I've got a couple of neighbors who have large trucks and they park there. And when the school buses try to get around there, it becomes a very dangerous situation because people are speeding up the road. I'm surprised that we haven't seen a accidents where children have been injured from the speeding. The Bank of America was torn down, and you people have allowed this incredible building development to go up, where it goes from one street to the other street, right on top of the street. There's no setback. There's no additional trees. There's nothing that makes it beautiful. It's really an eyesore. I'm not quite sure how the traffic there is impacting the traffic flow on Winfield Street and going into Westport. You just approved a building down in South Norwalk. You tore down 2 houses across a block away from the police station. And what's going up? Another damn square building. Ugly, ugly, ugly. It's gray, it's ugly. It's right on top of the sidewalk again. There's no breathing space. And I can't understand how it is that you're involved in planning and development when the airflow is never considered on what's happening in the development of buildings. On Water Street, they took down buildings there, beautiful low buildings, and then they stuck up again ugly square gray buildings. But it's not that you allow them to go up. You step right on the damn sidewalk. There's not room for a tree, a flower, or one blade of grass. And so the airflow again is stopped from coming into the city. There's this study done where you in the summertime, as the trade winds begin to come in, although we don't have big trade winds in Norwalk, but as the city needs to be cooled down, there's no airflow coming in because you allow these huge buildings to go up, 6-story buildings. So that means the rest of the city is not cooled down. The traffic on East Avenue is a horror. It's a horror. And you're going to increase the density now, particularly on this dangerous curve on Gregory Boulevard. The building is not attractive. I sent pictures over. I took pictures over to Mr. Kleppen's office of a building that went up in Darien across from St. Luke's Church. And it is a mixed-use building of stores down below and residentials up above, parking in the back, right next to the fire station. And it's an attractive building. It's a beautiful building. It's a light-filled building. And this thing that's being developed and proposed to be shoved down our throats is an ugly building. There's nothing aesthetically enhancing about this building for East Norwalk. We have lovely homes in East Norwalk, and yet you're going to put this solid piece of structure there. You know, I find it, and now you're going into Van Zandt Street, and what's been proposed there? Another square, ugly gray building. You know, and when I first came back from California, I was in California a number of years, and when I came back and saw the Albatross along, what is it, West Avenue, West Main Street, the mall, it's again an atrocity. I just don't understand where your aesthetic development is, or whether you even have any aesthetic development. And now to have this building come in, which looks like this giant square. Well, it's not square, but it's just unattractive. These other buildings look like prisons. We're going in from the one in the South Norwalk on Water Street, the one on near the police station. They look like prison buildings, square and gray, ugly. It's demoralizing to see that kind of thing in our community. I don't know what to do about the traffic. The traffic coming in on Emerson Street is only going to increase as people try to avoid the lights on Winfield Street and East Avenue, and they come up and they cut across and they go down Russell Street, and it's very dangerous. And we do have a lot of people who walk their dogs and walk their children, and I view it as an absolute horror as these people come speeding up to avoid the lights to get into Westport. I don't know what can be done about that. And sidewalks, I don't think they've never been put in over there to slow things down. And also my sister was concerned that you're continuing to increase sidewalk space. I don't know where this walkers are coming from, because frankly, I don't see a lot of people walking down to the beach or walking anywhere except in the road on Emerson Street, walking their dogs and their kids. You insisted on putting biking lanes throughout Norwalk. I don't see anybody using the biking lanes. The kids from Nathan Hale, my beloved Nathan Hale Junior Jail. The kids are on buses They're not on bicycles. And if the other times I see the kids coming in out of Nathan Hale, they're walking. So again, and the city that allowed that square turn over there in front of Nathan Hale, I was almost hit by a school bus when I first came in because they put a square corner with a giant electrical box there. But they didn't take into account that we had to have space for a school bus to gently roll around a corner. And they did the same thing again on, I think it's Russell Street, Winfield, and going in towards Emerson Street again. They put in these gigantic telephone poles, light poles, and they made a square corner. You can't make a square corner because as I turn from coming up Winfield Street to make that right-hand turn, I have to come into oncoming traffic. Who does this kind of stuff? You know, I'm just amazed. And yet you spend millions of dollars for some Bostonian group to come down here to tell us what we need in our town. And I think it's about time we stop this TOD nonsense out of Hartford. I don't know who started that stuff. It was started before I came here, but it's insanity. It's insanity to have heavy building going up near a train station. How many jobs are in New York? Are these people really going into New York for a job? Or are they just going down to Stanford for a dinner? I don't understand it. And I agree, Lisa Wexler on 600 AM has been talking about the idea that we have this overuse of lighting, that there are so many, and one of the ladies talking about the impact of the lights on the pond is absolutely correct. The birds are like awake all night long because everybody thinks that we have to have this giant, everything's got to be lit up. Well, excuse me, but it doesn't stop crime. So why are we having everything lit up like it's daylight? These things, there's got to be a way of turning these lights down or having buildings, all these buildings on Main Street stuff to have them turn their lights down so that it improves the quality of life and allows the wildlife to feel at home in their own environment. But I agree that the pond, you're going to destroy the pond life by having all this noise and light and the bright lights. Well, you're going to need bright lights for people to walk around the pond. So they'll put more lights there and destroy the wildlife in that realm as well. I find that the cemetery, I don't understand where you're going to find another lane, or you're going to cut down the lane. So you're going to make more congestion down there. And what happened down at Calf Pasture Beach has been a horror. You continue to take the parking away from Calf Pasture Beach and say, oh, you can park down there at Marvin School. Well, maybe not, because when the car show came, we couldn't have the car show and a concert going at the same time. There wasn't enough parking. So you continue to take the parking away, and now you sold the land that was directly next to the parking lot to go to some developer again who's going to put condos down at where Ascension Pool used to be. And so that means that our sunset is going to be nobody's going to be able to go to the beach and watch a sunset unless they go over to Sunset Grill, because you've allowed somebody else to come in and take that property away from Norwalk. And that I found appalling. That should have been bought up by Norwalk to expand our beach usage. And I don't know whether it can be reclaimed, but it really should be tried to be reclaimed rather than sticking more development on a beach area. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cece?
There's three more.
Oh,
There's three virtual.
okay. Sorry.
Next, we have Meek.
I'm sorry, did you call me?
Yes.
Thanks. I got about 45 seconds. I'm going to comment about the format of the meeting. You made it public. You had,
Can we have your name and address, please?
sorry, this is Brian Meek, Norwalk, Connecticut. That's Cranberry Woods Road if you need more proper.
Thank you.
So you had properly announced and posted the Zoom on the city's main webpage. After you went on your 15-minute bio break, that link disappeared from the main page. I know how to navigate down through the mist of the city's website, and I found the link again, but you need to fix that. And you know, when you're done nuking East Norwalk, making every train station into a housing project, I'd appreciate it if you could figure out how to conduct a public meeting. Thank you.
There's two more, I think, Larry. Well, there was two more.
Next, we have Frank.
My name is Francesca Ciano. I live on 2nd Street. I go to Marvin Elementary School. I love my school, but all of the classes are really crowded, and I can't imagine where they're going to put all like more people and more kids. Please scale it back.
Elizabeth Barrera.
Hi, thank you everyone for your time and attention. I think I just wanted to speak just as a voice of someone new to East Norwalk.
I'm sorry, can you give us your address, please?
Absolutely, I'm Elizabeth. I live on Raymond Terrace.
Thank you.
So I was one of those millennials that purchased during COVID because we could actually afford homes. So that was a very exciting time. And we saved up for many years. I lived with my mother-in-law, so I definitely paid my dues. But what drew us to Norwalk was we have a young son, and we love that you could have the beach, that you could have so many elements, but still have a single family home and still have like that slice of heaven. And what I wanted to reiterate is just from a scope of someone who's new, you know, that we moved here 2 years ago, but also having a child with autism, is that it's been really hard of getting services. And I didn't think it would be that hard in the city. So much so that we had a meeting last week just about some of his needs, and like the speech there, we've gone through 2 speech therapists at NECC that they've quit. And now he has to be in group speech. And it's been really, really hard. So much so that they told me that I should seek private because they just don't have enough. And I have called private institutions. Norwalk is all wait list. There's no one that you can get into for private. I've had to call other neighboring cities, but just to give parents out there perspective who do have special needs children, to send them to like a private place, you're looking at, even with insurance, like at least $2,000 a month. It's insane. And to put more people into this area, it's just going to overwhelm. And Marvin is the same, especially with special needs kids. There's not enough aides, there's not enough speech, there's not enough OT, and they just keep shoving your kid and saying, oh, it's okay. And many parents have had to get lawyers and stuff because there's just not enough. but also for all of us who have fur babies. So dogs, when we moved here, all the vets told us that we can't take any more dogs. So we've had to go to neighboring towns. So even just in Norwalk, vets can't take you, groomers can't take you. And I also worry about the area surrounding the complex as to, if you are going to be dog friendly, where are all those dogs going to go to the bathroom? They're all going to go in these people's yards, and that's just overwhelming. As a newcomer and as someone who does like the access to the city, and we have a bike, my son and I ride the bike to the beach like almost every day in the nice weather, is that we would like a development like this. But I'm sure you're like really sick of hearing the word, but it's really true. I mean, we would love it if it could be scaled back. And my husband does commute to the city every single day for his job, because frankly, he just makes more money in the city. And the train is packed as it stands. And we've been on the wait list he was on the wait list for a parking permit, never came through. But yeah, the train's just overloaded. A lot of things are overloaded. The schools are overloaded and just can't take that on. And as someone who has a child who's going to be entering into Marvin with autism, I worry what that means for our child and his needs and anyone else who comes in the system with special needs children. So I'm all for the look of, but we also have to keep in mind that renderings are renderings. It doesn't mean that it could be the actual physical product. But I do like the stylized of it. I think it's beautiful. I agree. But definitely at that 44 number, it just makes sense. And even then it's a lot. And I don't know what that means for us as taxpayers with our reassessment, if it's going to be higher, because there's just going to be more renters coming into the city. So that's my 2 cents as a newcomer. And I think everyone in the city who's welcomed us, and we really, really love it here and hope to keep its charm that we invested in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Henderson.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Lisa Henderson, Apple Tree Lane. I also own a property on Gregory Boulevard. And I'd just like to reiterate that the heavy density and the change in the traffic pattern, along with the many other issues that have been discussed by the public tonight, is also a concern to me. And I feel that the project must be scaled back. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you.
All right, Diane.
Good evening. For the record, Diane Cece, Olmsted Place. It would have been an hour or so, just so folks know. Just want to mention a couple of process items. As the chairman has said before, the public only gets to speak once. And following the closing of public comments, both the applicants and their experts and also city staff to some extent will be able to present a rebuttal. And that can be very lengthy. In fact, last week or the week before, some of you saw that Attorney Blank had already prepared some rebuttal comments that looks to some of the letters that were sent in. So, but what I'm going to do is one of the goals is to obviously get as many of the points of concern and suggestions and comments and questions into the record. And everyone did an excellent job of doing that. So thank you. I'm going to make a few comments and I'm just going to cut back on where I need to and then make sure that I don't leave here tonight and have left with something important to be in this record going forward, either for your deliberations or for what might happen if and when this gets approved. Before I begin my remarks, so I did want to speak to Chairman Schulman, just in terms of instructions to the audience. I wanted the people to be aware that while you had mentioned that our request for a change of date weren't possible due to statutory reasons with a time clock that would have expired, I guess, last week, but it's this week now, that the public should also be aware that given all of the concerns that have been raised over the past few months, the applicant did have an opportunity under state statutes to request an extension of time. And so, as one of the other speakers said so eloquently, it didn't have to be this way. So we were actually hoping that that extension of time might have come in as a request, and that some of the concerns of the public could be addressed, send this back, and then reapplied for. And then also I wanted to point out too, because this is the first time I'm hearing it, and I've been before you a number of times, that the expectation is that we're addressing the applicants. And I understand that in terms of specific questions that people may have, but in fact, the applicants don't vote on this. It's the commissioners, the folks who are appointed, who are here tonight. And so that's who we're speaking to. And when people are urging to scale back and to get this right, it's to you, and to act on our behalf going forward with the applicant. So I do have opening comments, and there are things that I have to say up front now that are rebuttals to documents that have already been produced by staff. And I have to do that because these items have to be in the record. So I've made some slash and burn in some of them, and I'll be as quick as I can. And then I have some closing comments as well. I'm sorry. So for opening comments, just to, first of all, thank you, Chairman Schulman and the commission members. And we from East Norwalk Neighborhood Association, we're volunteers as well. And we know you all are appointed and volunteer. And we thank you for your time and listening to us. A few important points we want to make here is that ENNA is neither stalling nor opposing some level of development at One Cemetery Street. The residents here, many native, others for decades, and some new transplants that you've heard from as well, realize that the center of our East Norwalk is diamond in the rough, and some small business activation with modest residential growth and beautification are all desired. However, East Norwalk is neither a city downtown, nor is it a small commuter, but rather a small commuter station and not a major transit hub. ENNA and residents recognize that while this application may ultimately meet the letter of the law in complying with the zone regulations, which as proponents have dubbed settled law, we also contend the application doesn't meet the spirit of what residents intended or anticipated. And therefore it is relevant to continue to point out to you that virtually every regulation in the EVTZ zone was adamantly opposed by the community, and that the impacts we feared most are now coming to fruition, with only your good and fair judgment helping to ensure that that doesn't happen. The residents ultimately failed in our efforts to have EVTZ zone rejected by planning and zoning. We took some cautious comfort in Mr. Kleppin's reassurances that any out of scale or oversized developments we were concerned with would have to be submitted as special permits, which is what you're hearing tonight, and therefore guaranteeing our right to this public hearing, but also requiring you to conduct a more rigorous and discretionary review than a regular permit, including the special permit standards that all relate to quality of life. We were also assured that even though it would be very simple for a developer to accumulate enough bonus points to achieve the greatest height and density, that this commission could review them based on their value to the community against the negative quality of life impacts of each development plan. Even at this late hour in the process, ENNA has communicated to Norwalk residents that we believe this application can be modified to be acceptable to our community and still meet many of your TOD and EVTZ goals. We had hoped the developers would have withdrawn the application again, and based upon much of the public feedback, provided P&Z staff, provided to your staff, to submit a new plan addressing the concerns. We appreciated your continued patience and willingness to keep an open mind, as you heard from all the hundreds of residents via email, the petition. We submitted an addendum today to you through staff that number is now over 730, and those speaking to you directly to scale this back. We ask that you give great consideration to the 11 special permit standards we'll be citing and our assessment of the bonus points. Both of these documents, the special permit standards and the bonus points a la carte menu, for lack of a better term, give you the greatest latitude to deny without prejudice versus approving and then imposing dozens of conditions in order to mitigate the negative impacts that our community is most concerned with. What I had intended to do was to speak to a lengthy document, and let me just tell you what that is quickly. Prior to a public hearing, it's traditional, it may even be required, that planning and zoning staff submit to your commission the staff's memo to the commission. And generally they outline some of the background and they go over some of the opportunities and things that they want you to see in terms of you making a decision on whether to approve or deny. I can, and Mr. Kleppen can probably correct me, but in all the years that I've been involved in the community, I'm not sure that I've ever seen a staff memo that got issued. It's actually the second one that was issued. That's 24 pages long. And this document that you have, and I hope that you've read, is really a pre-rebuttal of all of the concerns that you heard from all of these people. So my intention was to go through point by point by point of those 24 items so that we could rebut, because we don't get another chance to speak. And you would hear the story behind what Mr. Kleppen is now putting together, that with all due respect, it looks like a marketing plan for the developer when you read through this. Okay. So if the audience will bear with me, I do want to read a few of these just so that you get a sense of what this is. And I'm not even sure if I can see it because there's like literally no light up here, and my vision isn't what it's supposed to be.
You need a flashlight?
Yeah, maybe a flashlight, that would help. Oh goodness, all this. Thank you. Perfect. That's perfect. Okay. Can I hold it or do you want to? Okay. Thank you. I was actually hoping you'd put this document up on the screen, but we won't go through that. But suffice it to say, the document from Mr. Kleppen goes step by step by step through the history and then the justification of why staff is encouraging you to approve this. I want to say the primary purpose of the EVTZ zone was to ensure the unique character of the district is maintained and enhanced for future generations. And this development does nothing to maintain or enhance the unique character. In fact, most of us agree that it greatly diminishes it in both the design and the layout. The development is situated on a parcel that not what residents envisioned as a village cluster. This is a monolithic structure, and a building of a village cluster would have been 3 to 4 smaller structures with driveways and walkways and open space, trees and seating and amenities in between. That also would have preserved the view to the pond as well. In addressing our concerns with a looming overpowering structure with minimum setbacks, and to speaking to Mr. Tanner Thompson's comments as well, it's the sitting at the top of the sidewalk. If you have an activated ground floor with retail and shops where people are engaged, is a completely different story than having a structure 300 feet long sitting on top of the sidewalk with residential on the ground floor in between. And this parcel was specifically designed to accommodate that versus the rest of the zone, which requires the ground floor activation. And so there's a big difference between no setback, but having stores and activities to engage the public, and no setback and having a 45-foot building looming over you. I also want to say, because we need to reiterate this, that no one ever thought an appropriate use of that parcel was the asphalt parking lot in terms of a small building on it as well. And no one is suggesting that now. I think you've heard from the public that everyone is agreeable to change there. Approving this application creates a slippery slope in terms of the density provided for under TOD, and especially in terms of your future applications. In fact, you've just got an application now for Van Zant Street, but it also sets a dangerous precedent in terms of modification of local roads and traffic patterns for private development as well. In terms of the sustainability bonus points, it was admirable that the two of our council people took up the environmental torch during your review. But the fact remains that too much weight and value was assigned to achieving those goals, especially since there were there's no political will or desire on the part of the city staff to include those items as a price of entry for even developing here. The comparisons to the fact that these buildings are not as large as what's approved for South Norwalk under TOD is really disingenuous, and it's not comparing, apples to apples. South Norwalk has a major train station serving the majority of Norwalk commuters and some surrounding communities. It's a station with service on 3 lines. To compare it to East Norwalk and conclude it's smaller than South Norwalk is like comparing South Norwalk to Stamford. One of the important things in the document when you go through the staff memo from Mr. Kleppen is he points out some examples in other communities in New England and highlighting both the height and the style as being consistent with those. And those did actually come originally from the consultants. But the pictures that they have in there, especially Newburyport, but the other ones that were highlighted as well, are all in communities where what you're looking at are structures in their downtown. Literally, they're downtown, not a neighborhood. And East Norwalk is not downtown Norwalk. And we're also not Wall Street or West Avenue or Washington Street. It's a neighborhood, a small neighborhood with a small commuter train station that I often refer to as being both a blessing and a curse now with TOD. Many residents aren't nearly concerned with the development towering over existing buildings, although it will appear to in some cases. They are concerned with the towering effect over people, the pond, the cemetery, and the streets. The shadow effects alone from the nearly total elimination of sunlight will have far-reaching implications as well. I was hoping actually someone would present some evidence on that, but I don't know if it was submitted to you or not. Mr. Kleppen also, in his presentation to you, highlights or gives you an illustration of another project in Norwalk where the structure is being redeveloped and it's at 39 feet. And he wants to be able to show that it's not as imposing, and comparing this to the 45 foot. The structure that he's highlighting is at 204 Flax Hill Road. And while it's at 39 feet high, that structure is set back 69 feet from the road. Okay. The structure here that we're talking about is almost literally on top of the sidewalk. And not only is 204 Flax Hill set back 69 feet, the frontage is almost all green. meaning lawn and shrubs and greenery and open space there. Mr. Kleppen cites smart growth principles in defending the support of this project. And he cited 10 of them, which are widely acceptable, I guess, by planning officials. But in this case, half of them this project doesn't comply with half of them. One is to take advantage of compact building design. Reasonable people here would not consider this compact design when the project covers every available square inch to maximize the units. The other point is to create a range of housing opportunities and choices. Well, this will be the third high-end luxury development in East Norwalk in the past 6 years. Another point he makes is to foster distinctive, attractive communities with a strong sense of place. While this is certainly distinctive, residents have deemed it both unattractive and out of place for our community. And principle number 6 is to preserve open space, natural beauty, and critical environmental areas. Yes, we know the historic Mill Pond would still be there. And we know that there are measures being taken to both mitigate the runoff and to also purify it as well. But to take a 90% open asphalt parcel today and convert it to a 90% structural coverage is hardly in keeping with that principle. And then principle number 10 is to encourage community and stakeholder collaborating in development decisions. Well, I have to ask, how did that work out? You must remember that the EVTZ regulations were rejected by the community, and that ENNA's early and proactive attempts to collaborate with this developer resulted in misleading information, broken promises of tasteful, appropriately sized nautical village, and only served to further erode any trust in the process that brought us to tonight. Many speakers and letters that you received make comparisons to a choice of this size of multifamily housing versus the difference in the amount of land and the impact on the environment compared to having single family houses with the same number of population growth. So I guess the whole question comes down to what people have been asking before. What is the growth that we're trying to achieve in Norwalk? You know, is it the governor's mandate to double the population here? Because the point here too is that the choice shouldn't simply be between large multifamily apartment complexes and single family homes. ENNA in the past has urged you to motivate developers and private property owners to build or renovate the type of missing middle and infill housing that we described, which would support duplexes, quadplexes, courtyard bungalows, more congregate senior housing, detached ADUs, and yes, even some agree with the national trend towards the increasingly popular tiny houses. Mr. Kleppen will tell you that the EVTZ zone is only 7% of the full 35 acres of the entire TOD study that resulted in this plan. But that 7% is 100% of the center of East Norwalk Village. And that's important. That's an important number to keep in your head. All right, and a couple of other points. One, we contend that the proper environmental impact studies were not completed in terms of the either what's underneath that parcel now, in terms of contamination, or also the impact on the pond. And also, we agree with all the other speakers that the traffic analysis is flawed. So two things, I in fact signed the documents tonight that ENNA is being entered as an intervener in any follow-up proceedings to this, and allows us to act on behalf of the community under the Connecticut statutes for the Clean Air Act. And so that we can hopefully address some of these environmental issues. And then also this week, we engaged the services of Simcoe Engineering out of New York City to do a traffic analysis review of the documents that you already have. And I'm not going to read that into the record, but I'll give you the highlights. For Mr. Kleppen and other people who are mentioning a grocer, I think it's fair to say that staff is already aware, or they should have been aware, that we actually took that option off the table fairly early on because we recognize that a grocer in that location could have a very significant negative impact on the parcel as well, based on operating hours, delivery trucks, garbage, rodents, odors, noise, lights, etc. And so you can't compare that as kind of the lesser of two evils. As of this morning, the community still has no information from staff regarding the outcome of the Department of Transportation review of Cemetery Street. And we've been asking for this for months. So in the applicant's presentation 2 weeks ago, they kept alluding to the fact that the state was approving that, or they anticipated it being approved, but we have no documentation on that, and we would like to have that, obviously. All right, let me just skip ahead here. The special standards, ENNA identified 11 of the 13 special permit standards that you should be evaluating. And we gave our criteria for to support our position on why your evaluation of just those should result in the denial of this permit, which can be a denial without prejudice, and the applicant can come back and reapply without having to start all over again. I'm not going to read these because I know you have these, and I know Attorney Blank has these. These were the basis for the template email that the community asked us to prepare for them, so that they had a basis of what they could use to write into you. Some residents chose to speak to all 11 of them, and others chose the ones that were more relevant to them and their families. Okay, for the traffic analysis, this document was turned over to staff this afternoon. It's Simcoe Engineering. I'm not going to go through everything, but they have serious concerns with the two studies that are already before you. And I can just give you the topics. The traffic volumes themselves, the lack of an alternate driveway, site distance concerns that they say create a serious safety hazard. There's no vehicular site circulation study that they could find in the plan for vehicles once they enter the property. They cite a number of safety concerns. Obviously, they speak at length about the parking, especially the on-street parking. There's a number of questions about parking on the parcel. Is it assigned? Where do people park when they get in there? Are people going to be driving around to support the retail business and then just be driving around the parking lot looking for a space and then pulling out again? How many total spaces would actually be dedicated for visitors where they're marked as visitors as well? And then they found the following deficiencies have been identified after reviewing the applicant's report. And the firm identified 9 different recommendations for those deficiencies that should be looked at. And that's Simcoe Engineering with one of their planners, and then a state of Connecticut professional licensed engineer. And that's in the record with Mr. Kleppen for you to review. The public amenity points you've already gone over. We contend that almost all of those public amenities primarily benefit the developer themselves, their tenants. Many of them can be used as just marketing tools in terms of attracting tenants. Others are cost-effective measures for them to comply with standards that they have to comply with anyway. For example, the rain garden, integrated garden, porous pavement, etc. Because they have to comply with the city's stormwater management plan, these are some pretty cheap and easy to maintain options for them to be able to do it, and really don't provide any benefit to the city, along with the shaded seating and powered seating that would presumably be shared Again, I'm not going to go through all of these because you have them in front of you and you know what our objections are. So thank you for bearing with me. I'm just have closing remarks. I don't think. Thank you. Yep. No. I did the big font. Thank you so much. There's an unusual dilemma. So I just want to say, after saying all of that now to you, we realize there's an unusual dilemma that you face tonight as commissioners. Many of you were also serving on the planning or zoning commissions at the time that the TOD zone and the EVTZ zone regulations were crafted and approved. You listened to the pleas of residents to reject the regulations as having the potential to result in out-of-scale development with serious quality of life implications. But you were reassured by staff, as we were, and what appeared to have been safeguards against this. Most importantly, your discretionary powers under the special permit standards and the requirement that you analyze the public value of those bonus amenities against the negative impacts, some that are very serious and that simply cannot be conditioned away. So tonight you've been put in the unenviable position of having to vote on regulations and design standards that many of you enthusiastically supported 2 years ago. That may have appeared in theory to have positive impacts, but in practice will result in the very out of scale, out of character, community altering overdevelopment that residents feared from the beginning. In fact, dozens of those residents wrote you, and again, more than 700 of them signed a petition asking you to fix all the bad things that are coming to fruition that perhaps you could never have contemplated when you approved the zone. You cannot fix bad things by making them worse. And while it may appear to be a no-win position for you to be in, it's not. There's a chance tonight to do the right thing, to get this right, to ensure this foundational application results in a win-win-win for the residents, the developers, and the city. You have an opportunity, and in fact, the discretionary option given to you under the special permit statutes, under the bonus point evaluation process, and under state statutes, to deny this application without prejudice. Send it back. Ask the applicants to revamp it to address the community concerns and to be the model for smart, scaled, harmonious development in East Norwalk, because this is the model on which all others may be judged. You have the ability now, tonight, to course correct, re-examine the rules, and in doing so, commit to improving the regulations going forward. Rules get changed to make things better. Use this momentary chance to revisit and modify the rules. On behalf of ENNA and the residents of East Norwalk and beyond who've participated with us, we urge you to please take this opportunity tonight to get this precedent-setting application right. And to get it right, you must scale it back. Thank you for your time.
This is the point at which we close the public hearing to public comment. Typically at this point, we'd go to the response from the applicant, but I want to have a conversation with the staff and with the applicant. I don't know the implications, the full implications. I know only a little bit about it, about intervenor status. And I feel the need for all of the commissioners to understand what that means, what the implications of it are, and how we need to respond to it. And we have the earlier question that I brought up about the traffic study having not having summer numbers. So I would ask the developer's representative, though I will not tell you to do this, to put off your response until our next meeting,
Yeah, that's.
which is that next week?
We should talk about if you want to, well, that's a question. Do you want to do it next week or push it past that? That's the question.
What's the advantage of pushing it off further? Hey, please cut that out. We've been polite to you throughout this, including listening to your hooting, which is inappropriate. We expect, and I think have a right to demand, that you show us the same courtesy that we've shown each of you.
Walked out while people were getting interviews though.
They walked out because she had a child.
No, I'm not even talking about you. I'm not. I really hear the gentleman in the sunglasses and the gentleman in the white shirt over here. They both walked out while people were talking. Yeah.
I'm a 74-year-old commissioner who has to use the bathroom once in a while. Sorry.
All right, so I'd like to hear from Attorney Blank on this.
And I'm sorry, Chairman Schuman, I sort of, between the hour and the what's going on, I've lost what the question to me is.
The question to you is, are you willing to put off your rebuttal either until our next meeting or the meeting after that, so that we can do more research into what intervenor status means and what it implies in relation to this application, and to do a little more, excuse me, to gather a little more information regarding the issue of the traffic counts that were conducted.
Yeah, I think we don't have an objection to presenting the rebuttal, and it is late now, and the rebuttal will take some time to either of your next two meetings. Although, Brian, I haven't run the math out. There's a deadline to commence a public hearing, which was on us before, but there's also a deadline to complete the public hearing, which I know we're fairly close to, even with any extension that we can give. So as long as we maintain that within that deadline, it's fine with us.
Okay.
So they're just.
But can I add a little bit more though, Chairman Schuman, before we sort of
go
move
ahead.
on? So the other thing I just want to put out there now, we don't need to go into detail till we do a sort of a more formal rebuttal, is that we did hear there was lots of comment both about park traffic counts as well as generally from the public wanting Cemetery Street to remain 2 lanes as opposed to the 1 lane, which was proposed essentially by the city, that we had no objection to that, and we're willing to make it 1 lane and essentially foot the bill.
Okay, let's deal with that as part of your response. Rather than attempting to answer that now. Steve, what's your recommendation regarding when we can continue the hearing?
So your meeting is next week, your regularly scheduled meeting on the 22nd.
Right.
No, that's a special meeting. Yeah, thank you. So we could do it that night. The agenda items that you have on there are not, there's no public hearings scheduled. They're more, I'd say, administrative actions that you'll have to deal with, and some new items for you to consider. I would think each one of those would be like a 20-minute max kind of thing. There's 4 or 5 of those. So it's a question of you're okay proceeding after about an hour and a half with resumption of rebuttal and any other items that you have.
I would suspect that Attorney Blank's presentation is going to be rather lengthy. And we have no right to tell them how long it can be. If it's anything like the presentation, that was almost 3 hours. So
no, we'll be, I mean, I expect our presentation would be around an hour with the large caveat that if we get, which is you're right and I expect, peppered with questions, it could become substantially longer, but uninterrupted, it's probably an hour or so.
Okay, well.
Lou, does it make sense to have a separate meeting, like 2 meetings in a week or something like that versus the stacking in with something else? I just very much worry of regular course of business it always goes longer than we anticipate. And then I imagine we're going to want to have the rebuttal, have conversation, potentially act. And
Right.
that is going to be a multi-hour process.
What would be, Steve, the next meeting?
Well, the issue, if you go beyond that week, you start. Yeah, the extension time, we can look at that. The other piece of it is you run into the holidays at the beginning of April, so that makes it tight. That's why your normal first meeting in April is, I think, the 12th. So that's what it's a tricky calendar.
Do we want to do 2 meetings next week or is it next week? Sorry, 2 weeks from now? The 22nd and then.
That's next week.
Yeah. What is time? Like the 22nd and then the 23rd or something, some version of that.
Well, we can't confirm that now because we have to see if this room is available. I'm assuming you'll be back in person again or hybrid format. So I can't say, yeah, we'll do it Thursday, but there might already be a meeting in here. So I don't have that luxury at this point.
Steve, do we have the right to knock back the items that are on the March 22nd meeting?
Yeah, except those people are probably not going to be happy with getting, I mean, there were a couple.
I understand, but I'm trying to be
No, I got you.
fair to Attorney Blank, fair to the public that's now already come out to.
Right. The other issue, when we did set that meeting up on the 22nd, there were several commissioners who couldn't attend on the 22nd because of other commitments, when that wasn't on the docket already. So I think your turnout was probably 6, maybe 7 at that meeting. So that was.
But there's no assurance, of course, that the following meeting would have a better turnout.
Right.
Yeah. What if we put the other items on after Cemetery Street? So we don't start with the other items. We start with Cemetery Street on the 22nd. Then we go to the other items. So if it turns out to be 11 o'clock at night, then we have to figure out what we're going to do with the other items, not figure out what we have to do with Cemetery Street.
It's a reasonable suggestion, Galen.
That's fine with me. It's just a question of if you're comfortable with who's going to be here or in terms of the number of commissioners. I might have it.
How many commissioners?
What day are we talking about now?
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Not available?
I'll be here virtually.
Could you do it remotely? No, I understand.
Yeah, the 3 that were, Tammy just indicated she was, at least previously indicated she wasn't available. I think Nick indicated he wasn't available and Hector was a question mark. The 3
I can probably change things if we're doing this, if we need to do this on Wednesday.
Okay, and you, Hector, do you have any flexibility?
Depends on number 3.
What about Darius?
Darius is sick. So
Darius is sick today. He has COVID. And he
did say he could attend on the 22nd.
Right.
When asked previously.
All right. All right. Do we require then from Attorney Blank a request to extend?
We don't need it for that.
We don't. Okay. Does March 22nd? Can you make that work for you?
Yeah, we can. And if you did it as a special, if you wanted to start a little earlier, we'd make that work too in the day.
An interesting
My
thought.
God.
What's that, Galen?
I said, if we start any earlier, I think that's sort of unreasonable. 6 o'clock is pretty early. People have other.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Manzi was very kind to tell us BET has a public hearing scheduled for the 22nd in here. So I'm assuming.
Well, how were we going to hold our meeting on?
We were going to be virtual because there was not any, it wasn't going to be in person. It was going to be virtual.
Is there any?
Can we do the rest of this virtually? everybody who's attending in person can attend virtually and see everything, every bit of what's going on.
It gets tricky when the meeting is requested to be in person or hybrid. You have to honor that request. I mean, technically with a special meeting, you don't, but I think having gone through two of them now and then try to reverse another third, I don't think that would be fair to the folks that showed up.
What about using the concert hall?
I asked and at least Larry indicated it wasn't quite set up for that.
But Thursday still could be available. Obviously, it's a different day, but the 23rd. So I guess we have to find out when the room's available, and then we have to back into that.
Yeah, we can look, try to figure out if there's anything scheduled for that night while you guys are asking other questions, I guess.
I may have a conflict.
On the 23rd?
Well, let's try and make it happen on the 22nd. I don't see, if it's available, why we couldn't use the concert hall with people sitting in the audience and we'd sit up on the podium.
Well, I have to defer to IT because I am not going to be able to set up a remote meeting for you.
Okay.
Hybrid meeting that is not set up to do that.
What is the other meeting that's scheduled to be here?
BET, public hearing.
It is a public hearing for the Board of Estimates taxation.
Probably a budget public hearing. I don't think we can bump them, sorry.
Right. I understand. What about the library or,
Why not continue now?
pardon me?
Why not continue now?
No, it's 10:15.
Spent 15 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in here next Thursday, the 23rd.
see who's available next Thursday.
We have to confirm, but it doesn't, at least from what I'm seeing, it doesn't look like there's anybody in here.
We do Zoom then. I mean, why, Steve, why can't we just make it a Zoom meeting? Is there some regulation that says once you start with a public hearing? I mean,
We can confirm tomorrow. I mean, the only thing I hate to do is leave it open-ended with,
Well, can do you believe you can, excuse me, resolve this tomorrow? So that
we can,
we can get the information out to Ina?
yeah, I mean, if that's. You're talking about the 22nd. Yeah, I think we can resolve it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize for that. I was under the impression going into tonight's meeting that we could do this on the 22nd if we needed to. All right, we need to take a vote on this, Steve?
Yeah, just to continue the.
Okay, and can I have a motion to continue this public hearing to 22nd?
Yes.
Of the month? Okay, Mr. Rowena moved, Ms. Tabachnik and Ms. Langelis seconded. All those in favor, we have to do, Steve, we have to do a roll call.
Sure.
Apparently when you have a hybrid meeting, your actions have to all be by roll call.
All right, I'll start with in person, Ms. Tabachnik,
yes.
Ms. Langelis,
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
Mr. Schulman,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Patches,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
and Ms. Wells.
Yes.
I don't think I missed anybody. Nope, I think that's
Okay, all right, we still have some very quick agenda items. It's not too late to run through these. Approval of the February 15th minutes. Again, is there a motion to, okay, Ms. Langelis moves, is there a second? Mr. Rowena seconds. Let's, again, another roll call.
Start with in person, Ms. Tabachnik,
Yes.
Ms. Langelis,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Staying.
Mr. Schulman,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
Mr. Patches,
Yes.
and Ms. Wells.
Yes,
Okay, and then motion on the minutes of March 2nd.
Sure. Ms. Tabash, oh, I'll have you put it up for a vote, I guess.
Oh, yes. A motion to approve.
Okay, motion to, okay, Ms. Langalis has made a motion to approve the March 2nd minutes. Is there a second? Ms. Mr. Bashnik, second.
I have a question, since we seconded.
Go ahead, Mike.
I just am curious with the recordings as well as the minutes that are, in the record. Is the recording going to be in the record forever, like the minutes, or is it just the written minutes that end up being the record, the kind of document of record? Do you guys know the answer to that?
I mean, as far as I know, I could ask Larry, he's talking with somebody, but I think the city YouTube videos are intended to be there in perpetuity. They're part of the record if they need to be part of the record in terms of, if we ever got an appeal, that would be part of the record, or we would just prepare a transcript from the written testimony as well.
And I ask because Diana does a great job of summarizing the kind of sometimes convoluted conversations that go on. But there were things that when I read the minutes, that I remembered saying that, when she was summarizing, they just didn't get put in. And this is not a criticism at all of Diana. Trust me. It's just that, the actual spoken word, it would be sort of like minutes that were verbatim.
Right.
And that's what I would hope would be in the record, not what's in the actual minutes, which are a summary of what's
Right.
said.
I think that's correct.
Okay, good. Then I will vote. I'm gonna.
All right, well, we need to do a roll call on the
Oh, wait.
the March 2nd minutes.
Ms. Tabashnik,
Yes.
Ms. Langalis,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Staying.
Mr. Schulman,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
Mr. Patches,
Yes.
and Ms. Wells.
yes.
Okay, comments of the director?
Nothing.
Okay, comments of the commissioners? I know, Nick, you might have a report, but I just as soon hold it, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, there's been no follow-up.
Okay,
And I think from now on, we should have a break every 2.5 hours.
it's not unreasonable.
I don't think it is, even if it's only 5 minutes.
Okay,
I agree.
like 8:30, like 8:30 and 11 o'clock.
I would think you'd be breaking permanently at 11. Breaking.
Okay, finally, motion to adjourn. Ms. Langalis made the motion. JJ seconded again.
Ms. Tabashnik, Ms. Langalis,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Richard, say yes.
Yes,
Ms. Jordan Byron.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Adjourning.
Mr. Schulman,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
Mr. Patches,
Yes.
and Ms. Wells.
Yes.
Okay, thank you all very much for your patience.
Good night.
Look forward to seeing you all next week.